Behold! Oh my god. Oh my god, I forgot about this. There we go. I'm freezed. I'm freezed. Hello, 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 everyone. Hi, hi. I think everything's running. Everything's running. How many events are there? Hold up. Wait, can you guys hear me? I think you guys hear me. I can't hear myself. That's the dangerous part. All right, what do we have? Like drops. What are the drops? Day 2. Watch drops. What is this? First Partners Collection Campaign. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. 2 months of Audible. Oh boy. Enjoy the drops, I guess. I missed you so much. Oh my god, sick! Sick! How are you? Oh my god, hi Lisa. Hi, hi. Yeah, I hear you a bit. Yeah, usually I can hear myself, but I can't hear myself, which is weird. I always have this constant thing of my voice being fed back to me in my headphones, so it's weird for me. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. All right. I think everything's good to go. Good to go. Hi, explode. No, Lisa, no, don't explode. Stop it. Oh my god. Yeah, it's been so long. It's been so long. I keep falling asleep. I keep falling asleep. So usually, my usual time, I ended up just falling asleep like around what 5 to 8 p.m. I would always just pass out. Like yesterday, I literally passed out. I ate food. I ate some really good food with the fam, and then I passed out. Oh, I don't regret it though. It was so good. It's so good. Got a mod, but I'll be lurking. Yeah, no worries. Oh my god, Lisa's fucking it up. Lisa, fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. But yeah. That's how I've been. Oh, actually, we're gonna like try to hop in very quickly to doing the commission because this commission is due today. Let me see. I could have just asked Clove to like extend the time, but I was like, no. There we go. Ooh, should we do window? Let me see if I have any good videos to watch. Bum. Why is there a baby holding a knife? Wait. Why is there a baby holding a knife? Yo. Hold on, I gotta show you guys this. Look at this. Let me save this and let me put it into my OBS real quick. I was trying to find something like, oh, let me just like see what's on and see what we can watch while I do art, right? And this is what popped up. This is literally what popped up. Why does the baby have a knife? Why does the baby look like that, bro? What is going on? Oh, also thank you for the 3 stream streak, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you. Vanish into dust. Oh no, the baby got you. The baby got Lisa, unfortunately. R.I.P. Let's see. My chat box is not on. There you go. But yeah, this is what I got. She was the world's deadliest assassin, and now she's a baby. Princess protecting her family. Interesting. So this is what's been on my timeline lately. I've been seeing a lot of like manhwa recommendations. And it's a hit or miss. It's a hit or miss, but when it hits, dude, when it hits, it hits. That's all I can say. Cuz I literally got done listening to what is it? Hold on, I'm going to look at it. I think it was like My Villainist or Beware the Villainous. Yeah, I listened to that one. It's so good. It's genuinely so good. Here, let me see. Yeah, hold up. How can I do this? Let me turn this on. Yeah, that works. That works. Yeah, so I listened to um I already forgot the name. Beware the Villainous. Guys, I sat there and I was doing work while I was doing this, right? But I sat there for 6 hours listening to someone read the story to me, and it was so good. Like genuinely. And I'm not meaning as like, oh, it's the greatest work in fiction or whatever, anything like that. No. Like I just genuinely really enjoyed the story because I ended up listening to the beginning and then watching all the way to the end, right? And I think the story itself just gave me such a great sense of completion, if that makes sense. Like I sat down and I was like, you know what? You know what? I need to sit with this. I need to sit with this and think about this. And I feel like it's been a long time since I sat down and really thought about anything that I ended up reading or watching. Because it's kind of like having, I guess, respect for the material, respect for the material, right? So I was sitting there and I was like, damn, it's over. It's over. But it felt like a sense of like accomplishment or completion, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, because I feel like when it comes to manhwas, it's very rare that you actually see them end. It's very rare you actually get to an ending at this point, right? And even for me to like even like it, I say. So basically, the story boils down. It's a standard villainous manhwa. It's like, oh, she was a student in Korea and was reincarnated as a villain in this like really basic isekai story. The catch is that she is really unhinged. Like she just does whatever the hell she wants, but not in a sense of like there's no consequences. It's more of a sense of just she's like, well, I'm here, but I'm a do what I do. Like I'm not going to stop being who I am just because I have to play a part, if that makes sense. And she realizes as she's going through the story of how shallow the original one was, where she's like, yeah, the story itself was interesting, but it wasn't like the greatest story ever, the original story of the world that she's placed in. And she realizes that despite her meeting more and more characters, she just oh, interesting. Hmm, there was like a weird. But anyways, I'm free. Congrats, Lisa. Sorry, there was someone who was honking or something. I don't know. But basically, she ends up realizing that a lot of the characters in the story, whether it be the main leads, like the main male leads, I guess. So the original story of that world that she's in is there's like a lady who's like really like the female lead is like a mage, and she ends up marrying the crown prince. She ends up marrying the crown prince eventually or whatever. She's very talented, etc., etc. She's a good healer. There's the crown prince, which is the guy who like does swordsmanship or whatever, but apparently before the start of the novel he was a bit of a deviant, and then eventually he decides to change his ways and improve himself in order to be with the main female lead. There's a second male lead, which is actually the villainess's brother, who's a sniper who ends up being very antisocial, so he doesn't really interact with a lot of people, but he softly protects the female lead in the shadows or whatever. Third one is like this wolf guy. He's literally a werewolf, and his trope is that he's like a himbo. So he haphazardly wants to protect the mage, even though they're like sworn enemies in a sense in that world. So he works against the customs and traditions of his culture in order to be with her, but more of like a rough and less considerate type of way, if that makes sense. The fourth one is this guy who is like a peacock. He is a man who values valuable things, if that makes sense. He really loves wealth. He loves money and loves jewels. And he has this obsessive and like yandere type of vibe towards the female lead. Like he wants to keep her locked up, basically. He's crazy. Guys, he's crazy. So those are the people she ends up meeting, who are the main leads of the novel, who are all fall in love with her. and eventually like um try to be with her in a sense, right? And the villainess, which is like our current protagonist at this point, she's like, I'm just so disappointed because I didn't even know that they were this bad. I didn't know that they were this level of trash. Also, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, and also thank you for the lurk. But yeah, they're just awful. Like for example, the crown prince. She's actually engaged. The villainess is engaged to the crown prince, and she ends up finding out that he's just been cheating on her constantly, like constantly. It's really bad to the point where she's just like, what is the point? Like genuinely, what is the point of us being together if you're just going to cheat? There's no reason. And so she decides that she wants to get out of the relationship. She doesn't want to be with him anymore because she's like, yeah, there's literally no point in getting into a relationship with this man. So she's asking for a divorce, or like not necessarily a divorce, but call off their engagement. And that's where we like start at the beginning of the story, right? And so as she continues to meet the main leads and get an understanding of the story, I think what I really liked about it was just because I guess the one part of her determination to stay who she is, where she's not willing to necessarily bend completely to the current world that she's in. And she's like, yeah, no, like I'm just gonna do my own thing. Like I'm not concerned with being well liked. I just want to survive and have a future for myself and build that future for myself. And she ends up having this huge um I guess understanding of that, like she understands the value of the people around her. She understands that the people around her don't necessarily have a good ending either. A lot of the minor characters in the original story end up dying due to XY reasons, right? So a lot of the people's lives are not really treated with the same love and care as the main leads, to the point where they're just really afterthoughts. So she's really focused on saving those who most likely would just end up dying if it wasn't for her intervention. And her determination to like kind of screw the main leads over is really funny, honestly. Like she's like, I really don't like them. I didn't like them before because it wasn't as though she was a fan of a lot of the male leads. um she really disliked them even before she was like transmigrated into the story. She's like, yeah, I fucking hated them. I was kind of just reading it just for the shits and giggles of the story. I wasn't necessarily in love with any of the dudes in the novel. I don't know, it's just really refreshing to see her realize that, like, yeah, an author can say that this character is smart or really understanding or compelling in any sort of the way, right? But that's not necessarily the truth. When she actually meets them, they're a huge letdown. She's like, oh my god, you're like this, bro. Like, brother, And it gets more and more interesting because, like, for example, she doesn't hate the main lead. Like, she doesn't hate the main female lead. She actually really likes her. But, she's not necessarily trying to get too involved until, like, I guess that's what I also like about it. It was very natural, her progression and relationships that she had in the novel, where it wasn't as though she was forced to interact with these people. It's more of a sense of just things ended up needing to be that way. At least when it came to side characters or even the main female lead. She was like, I need help in order to like get this poison out of me because I got slashed by a werewolf and the shenanigans ensue, right? So I thought it was really interesting. And I think the like main message of building your own story is really well integrated. Like it's not just something that's mentioned once and then like that's it. Like there's an actual purpose to the manhwa. That makes sense. Because most of the time with manhwa, it's like obviously it's a industry that is very we got to make money, we got to bring in the big bucks, right? And so there's a plethora of stories and tropes and like I guess, scenarios that could be interesting that people write about, right? But there's very rarely a story that is completely finished that continuously tries to ingrain like the purpose, where it's like her main motivation is to survive in the story, but not only survive, but to thrive, if that makes sense. Where she's like, I want to be able to live in this world in order to have, like, I want to be able to live in this world and appreciate and love the people who are beside me. So the people who support me, the people who are invested in me, I want to be able to give them a better life than, because like than the original. Because at the end of the day, if you're not one of the main leads, you kind of live a shitty life. Where she actually puts in some thought about her life after the main story is told. Like, hey, do I really want to be supporting the crown prince because he's a piece of shit? He doesn't study, he doesn't understand politics, he doesn't understand war, he doesn't do anything. Like, I'd rather just end up supporting one of his brothers in order to survive because clearly he's unable to actually lead. And it's because of her personality type and how sure she is of herself as a person, where she's like, no, this is me, this is how I'm gonna roll. She's very like headstrong in that sort of sense, but it's because of her personality type that she's able to make an impact on the other characters' lives. She's not necessarily there to be eye candy and to fall in love with them like many villainous stories. Many like villainous stories end up like having the main character fall in love with all the other side characters or whatever, right? Like they end up like capturing all the hearts of those around her. That's not necessarily the story either, where she's very headstrong in what she thinks about the current male leads, where she's like, you guys are stupid, you guys don't know how to lead, and you're disgusting, you're gross. She's very plain about it. She's like, no, you guys are all awful. And it's because that she's so blatant that I think, at least for like the crown prince, he really improves, and I really enjoy the fact that they don't make them fall in love. Like they don't try to like have have a weird love triangle, if that makes sense. Like, yes, the crown prince does necessarily, like, he does still like her to some degree. He, like, she calls him out on his bullshit, being like, hey, clearly you're in love with the female lead, call off the engagement. You could literally just do that. She's like, well, you're not going to do that because you're you're a piece of shit, dude. Like, you want to be able to date the female lead and to, riz her up and to say all these nice things to her because you're a womanizer, but you're sticking on to me because you need my political influence. You need the backing of my family and the backing of, my wealth or whatever in order for you to lead. That's why you're not divorcing me and not trying to call off the, like, I guess not divorce, but like call off the engagement. It's like, you're so self-centered and you're so like infuriating. It's hard to want to be around you. So that you clearly just don't see it and you're not taking accountability for the things that you did. You're falling off the you're falling on and making excuses as to what you did. You cheated on, like, for example, she's like, you cheated on me, you are a womanizer, you break a lot of women's hearts because you don't actually see them as a person. You see them as less than you. Just because that they are a different sex in you or that they are a different class in you doesn't mean that these people don't have feelings. Why in the hell would I want to be with someone like that? Why would I want to support you? Because the way that it looks, you're going to lead the country into ruin. And she's very blatant with it. She's like, yeah, no, fuck you. And that's what that's what kind of, instead of being motivated by love or appreciation or, trying to woo another person, for example, like the female lead of the story, she motivates people to change by being honest with them and not holding back on what she thinks about them. And I feel like that is such a really nice outlook in a manhwa, if that makes sense, where it's not necessarily all about romance, even though it is a romance manhwa, but it's more of a sense of seeing people as human, seeing people as themselves. So she's like, yeah, no, like, you guys are stupid. You guys are stupid as hell. And what's so refreshing about it too is that these people don't necessarily change overnight. They need to be constantly reminded that they are pieces of shit. that they need to get their act together if they want to be with the girly pop, right? And some of them change and some of them don't. So I find that really refreshing. Like, hey, you can tell people however many times that they need to change, that they need to improve themselves, or they need to like kind of wake up in a sense. But that's not going to necessarily mean that everyone's going to be able to make a better life for themselves. And I really like how, again, they were talking about how uh the what do you call it? The minor characters are real people. We actually get to see the minor characters, like the people who work with her, the people who are a part of her estate. And at the end of the manhwa and throughout the manhwa, we actually get updates on them. Oh my god, this character is dating this character. Oh my god, this character ended up marrying this character and we're getting invited to their wedding, or like, oh, we get updates on people who even left the estate. Where it's like, oh my god, this person's still like working a good job or making a living and things like that. So I'm like, oh my, it's so good. It's so good. And even like the main event that like happens in the story, like it's not like she's like, for how do I explain this? I really like it in a sense of just there's no grand and there's no grand like OP battle, because throughout the story it's very apparent that she's like, yeah, no, I would not be this strong. I would not be this strong at all if it wasn't for the OP sword that I stole. Like this sword's really overpowered. It should not exist, but I'm using it because I, I need to protect myself, bro. Like I'm not gonna let I'm not gonna let this sword just rot in a box somewhere. And she's very apparent. She's like, yeah, no, like since my whole team is filled with like the protagonist, right? The main female lead of the story, who ends up getting kidnapped most of the time. She's the only one on our team who has any semblance of a great power. The rest of us, we're kind of just mid. The rest of my team, we're not that strong. We just kind of hang out. We're not that type of, you know, like beefy all-star team, but when we all work together, we're able to do great things. And she's very apparent. She's like, yeah, no, I'm not a strong protagonist at all. Like I just kind of do my thing or do my best and rely on the people around me, because that's all we can do as characters that are pushed off to the side. We don't have any we don't have any grand powers, yet we can still accomplish great things because we work together. And that's just the simple reality of it. Like she's not overpowered in any case where she's like, oh, she can just automatically uh, make people submit to her or anything like that. Oh, and that's another thing too. I really like how they drove in the theme of the manhwa, where it's like showcasing that people are people. Basically, they're like, status means nothing at this point. Where even her, I guess her main love interest, he is practically her butler at this point. And the way that she sees him, she's like, you don't need to submit to me in that sense of way. Like you're your own person. If you want to go and do something else or work somewhere else, you can do that. I'm not gonna hold you here, nor am I going to like guilt trip you over me helping you or anything like that. And even though he's the type of person to constantly be like, no, I'll stay with you forever, I adore you, etc., etc., like being very like, you own me, she's like, no, I don't own anyone. Like no one owns anyone. And I find that really nice, because when it comes to these type of stories, it's really easy for, like, I guess the author to get too carried away with it, if that makes sense. Like not really enforcing the themes or like the reasoning for everyone. Like, oh no, we'll just have the reasoning and the theme just apply to one gender or like one set of characters, right? But she's like, no, like if I truly believe in this, then I'm not going to say that you should do this or that, to, I guess just to remind him like, hey, no, like that's not what our relationship is. Like I see you as my friend. I see you as my friend and my subordinate. And even when it comes down to her pulling rank at one point, she's like, no, like that's the thing. She's not like, when she pulls rank, it's not even in a sense of like, oh, you work for me, bitch. It's more of a sense of just being like, I'm my own person and I can make my own decisions. Just because you're uncomfortable with the plan that I make because I could get hurt doesn't mean that you have any right to stop me. And when later on, when they realize the mistake or when they realize the conflict, right? She's like, "Oh no, like I'm being a dumbass. Like I could literally just apologize and fix things instead of running from them. What the hell am I doing?" So it's a really nice vibe. I really like it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, I really like the manhwa. I really like it. It's so good. And I really like the ending too. I don't know, like the how we kind of wrapped everything up. And even though the story still had like some, I guess, minor plot holes, in a sense of just, in a sense of just like, oh, we were going to explain this or we're going to get the answer for this, we just never did. I'm like, you know what? Those things, I think it's fine. I think the message was clear. I think they delivered it very well. Um, it wasn't anything that was like, I guess, too crazy, if that makes sense. It's like, nah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much. But I just been on like on a manhwa kick, if that makes sense. Do you like anime? Yeah, it's nice. Mm. Hmm. I think I'm missing some red stripes on the clothing. Random question, sorry. No worries, no worries. Let's see. Okay, so it goes into the collar, okay. What's your favorite one? Anime? I guess, I guess I like action ones. Hmm. I'm trying to think. Because I always just say like my favorite anime is Bleach. No, my favorite manga is Bleach. But anything recent, I don't know. See ribbons. The lines are too long. Oh, Demon Slayer makes sense. Or like nice. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I see, I see. That's fair. Especially if you were so young then. Am I missing any more details on this? Hmm. Oh, we have a rule that to not disclose personal information, and that does fall under age. So, I just realized I forgot. I need to draw the glasses for this actually. What the hell? I was looking through my YouTube. There's a executed as a villainess. She vowed to live virtuously, only to reincarnate as an old man in Japan. Dude, I love the random premises of some of these mangas or mangas, I should say, or mangas. Okay, Sheila, what about this one? Let's get spooky, guys. Let's get spooky. Because I gotta lock in on this. So we're gonna listen to Actually Scaring Myself with Reddit No Sleep Stories by Reddit Rant Review and Helena Castellan and Don't Make It Weird. I haven't seen anything that this person has done so far, but I think this is interesting. Wait, what? Oh my god, hold up. Hi guys, Helena here. It's such a joy to listen to your narration and commentary. You did a great job. Thanks for thinking of me. This is my channel where I moved after being banned from No Sleep. That is crazy. How do you get banned from, well, I guess I don't know. Usually whenever I think of someone getting banned from like Reddit Reddit threads, I guess, Reddit or whatever, um I always think people have to do something like egregious or something. I've never been a user for Reddit mainly. I mainly just see Reddit stuff when it comes to like video games. When they're like, okay, try this out, or like, hey, have you heard of how to do this? And maybe like VTuber controversies is the only time that I ever use Reddit. But apparently now you have to have an account to view the website, which is a bit of a bummer, honestly. Here, let me go ahead and edit things real quick.
Published book, sometimes a self published book, and I will give you a chapter by chapter, beat by beat breakdown of it. Usually, we do some romances, some thrillers, some lit fic. Like, I really try to mix it up, right? I try not to like paint myself into too much of one corner. However, in going through and reading all of these like really trending popular thrillers and mysteries and supposedly scary stories, I have been so woefully disappointed in what I have read. And so I'm going back to my roots, and what made me fall in love with scary stories, you ask? None other than Reddit. You know, subreddits like No Sleep or Short Scary Stories. Nowadays, we have the subreddit Tales from the Creeps, which is the subreddit for folks who write.
Actually, I kind of feel that because when it comes to, I guess, scary stories or like the kind of horror story content that is on YouTube, right? I think the most that I've enjoyed is just like the short stories written by other people. Because usually, when it comes to anyone who makes any sort of like YouTube content, they'll like put who the author is or like where they got it from, whether it be like a Reddit thread or stories that are submitted to the actual YouTube channel owner. So the one of the ones that I really liked so far, I guess, or just like had enjoyed, was this quick story about these friends who were playing like a board game and they were like playing Monopoly or something, and all of a sudden they were giving like Amber Alerts about how they need to hide. So it's like they were told to hide. Everyone in the world was told to hide. So, oh no. I- oh, is this still working? Also, hi Natasha, if you can hear me. Hi. But yeah, I really enjoyed the story. I thought it was fun. Also, my silver is there we go, not like this. Yeah, because I've been listening. Well, I guess for the past week, I had been listening to a lot of, like, I guess like Reddit stories, or like, yeah, I guess most of it probably would just be Reddit stories while I was like playing Fields of Mistria, or like kind of those farming, not farming simulators, but like games that are like more grindy, so you could just have something on in the background as you're like playing the game. I thought it was my internet. No, it's my internet, honestly. I was so surprised. I didn't know that it just disconnected. I think it should be fine now. I think. Wait, let's actually listen to this lady.
Stories for the podcast Creepcast, which I absolutely love, and honestly kind of where I'm getting inspiration from this as well. So I figured let's try to
Thank
read some of
you.
the top Reddit
Nice to meet you.
stories that have been going on recently over on No Sleep and see what's going on. So I messaged a couple of authors over there, and I figured we're going to do a little bit of like a short series, see how it performs on the channel, see how you guys like it, how you're feeling about it. And then maybe this will be a continuing regular series that we do on the channel. Obviously, my book reviews aren't going anywhere. This is just to try to mix it up a little bit. So today, the author that I'm going to be reading two stories from, they are part 1 and part 2 for each of them. So technically it's like 4 posts, but it's 2 stories. You'll see in a second, okay? The author that we're reading though is Helena Castellan. I hope I'm saying your name right. I have listened to her video where she says her own name like 5 times over, okay? So she is over on Reddit with the username Emma Watson but Dumber, which is such a funny name. But recently she has moved over onto YouTube, where she'll be posting her stories over there instead. The YouTube channel is called Castellan Horror. I'll have everything linked in the description box below, as well as like a pinned comment from her. So if you guys want to go and support, please, please, please go and do, as she branches out into this new journey. Like I said, I was impressed with what I've read so far, and I'm really, really incredibly excited to continue following this author's journey. So yeah, I DM'd her, got her permission to read these in their entirety, at least for like this little bit, and we'll do reactions and some commentary along the way, as I always do. But you guys get a scary story. I get to practice my narration skills. We get to promo Helena, and everybody wins. Like, what a great experience, right, that we're going to go through here. So let's lock in. Our first story that we're going to be reading is called I Responded to an Ad Called Sitter Wanted. They meant it literally, and I'm not going to be stupid and break the only rule. I was intrigued. I was like, what? Kind of weird. I don't know. That just seems like a word I can't say this early in the video. But that seems dirty. That seems like you got hired to do something above PG-13. You know what I'm saying? So I was.
My OBS is gone. Oh, that is so weird. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Crisis averted. I thought this was so weird. Okay.
I was incredibly intrigued. I'm excited to read this. I have skimmed it a little bit. I've read a couple other of her works. And do you believe in demons? Oh my god. No, not really. Even, I mean, simple, but mentioned too much for the parents to come. The high pay in reaction to it, which I think is so incredibly fun. Let's comment down below what you think this could be out on some forum. The high pay attracted me in cash without working too much. When I saw the ad on some forum, the high pay attracted me immediately. Sitter wanted. Friday night from midnight to 4 a.m. I liked the hours were fixed in the offer, so I wouldn't wait too much for the parents to come home and end up staying longer than we initially agreed on. Some parents were scammers, man, always promising to come home earlier than they did, refusing to pay me for the extra time. The ad was simple, but mentioned nothing about the kids. I called the number mentioned, and upon being asked about the children, the voice on the other end went silent. There is no child, ma'am. I just want you to sit on this chest for a while. What do you mean? I mean, sit on it for 4 hours so that the thing inside doesn't come out. Do you believe in demons? Oh my god. No, not really. Even better. I was cursed a while ago, and I love just like this stream. The idea of like we're not even like trying to be coy. We're just, hey, straight up, there's a demon
I love that. Yeah, no, I'm cursed, but you know it is. It'd be like that.
in this freaking box, homie. I need you to sit on it for me, okay? Okay. Even better. I was cursed
Oh, thank you for the care package, Takeo. Thank you, thank you.
a while ago, and I keep getting chests or boxes in the mail since. If I open them, there's nothing inside, but if they're not blocked, something weird comes out of them at night. That's how my last boyfriend went missing. I didn't believe in that, and I woke up one day to find the chest open and empty and him gone. I really don't know what else to tell you because that's all I know. I'll just mail the package to you. You don't even have to come by my house. You can literally mail it back in the morning. You won't have to sit on it every night, just when I'm going out and can't sit on it myself. Oh my god, what a logistical nightmare to have to trust in the postal service. Why can't you tape it shut or put something heavy on top of it? I honestly thought it was a little funny. We met in some park and she showed me the chest. I inspected it, opened it, it was empty. Turned it around to look for hidden cameras, mics, anything that might be shady. It was simple. It was a simple wooden chest with nothing to show and nothing to hide. I took it home. I sat on it shortly before midnight. I was a little curious, but I wasn't going to f*** around. I would sit on it from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. for the $200. End of discussion. Oh, it might try to trick you. Your phone might ring or doorbell, anything like that. Just make sure you do not get up and make sure you don't listen. Sure, easiest $200 ever made. I sat down on the wooden lid and watched reels on my phone. The chest was oddly warm, and at some point around 1 a.m., I could feel a murmur inside. It vibrated slightly. It was a little exciting, I won't lie. Oh my god, freak! Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Around 2 a.m., I heard a knock from the inside of the chest. I turned off my phone. Had I imagined it? It didn't come again, but it made me feel uneasy. I was beginning to doze off, so I played some bullshit game on my phone to remain awake. At around 3:44 a.m., I got a text from the woman who posted the ad asking me if anything strange happened. No, it was fine. Okay, well, you can get up now. I wanted to wait until 4 a.m. hit just to be sure. I did, well, because the next day, the owner of the chest claimed to have not sent the text at all. Surely enough, I checked, and the text I'd supposedly gotten that night was gone. Had I hallucinated it? Wow, it really did try to trick me to get up earlier. Smart. Over the next 5 months, I sat, not babysat, 15 other times. The woman explained that sometimes she got another chest in the mail, and that's how she knew she could throw away the old one. If she tried to throw it away before, it just kept getting mailed back to her house. I had to sit on shoe boxes, closed baskets. It was a little uncomfortable. Once a sealed suitcase that made a wet, shifting sound whenever I adjusted my weight. The freakiest experience I had was around gig 7 or 8 when I heard a loud thud upstairs. I live alone, and it was roughly 2 a.m., but I couldn't investigate for obvious reasons. I just sat there and waited for 4 a.m. to come so I could finally see what was going on. Nothing was out of place when I checked. Nothing out of the ordinary. Another time, I heard my cat meowing from inside of the box. Well, Sam, I remembered thinking, if you're really in there, you can wait for another hour. You won't die. After the time was up, I opened it to find nothing inside. See, I became immune to the tricks. Nothing would make me get up. Something truly demonic was going on. Something I couldn't explain, but I was smart enough to not disobey. She redirected the last package to me, so I got a delivery. Inside of the package was a tiny chest box with weird paintings on the side, the kind that opens up into a board. Inside, I found some chess pieces. The kings and the queens had sinister faces painted on them, and their eyes freaked me out so much that I shoved them back inside and I closed the lid. It's getting creative, I remembered thinking. Its size allowed me to sit on it while in bed, so the effort was practically non-existent. I took it upstairs and got to work. Around 2 a.m., my doorbell rang. Nothing out of the ordinary. It rang, and then I heard desperate bangs on the door. Then silence. Then footsteps downstairs. I knew it was trying to trick me, but it was still freaky and odd. Thump, 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 up the stairs. I was glad I'd closed my bedroom door. It somehow made me feel safer, even if I knew that the real threat was inside of the chess box that I was sitting on. The footsteps stopped in the hallway. In the silence, I could make out breathing. Harsh breathing. I don't know why, but it sounded like someone trying to contain their excitement. Jesus. Okay, that's horrifying. Oh
No,
God.
that would
Scary. Calm down.
no, that would freak me out, guys. Just like that would freak me out personally. Guys, would you what, I don't know. I feel like whenever it comes to any of these stories that have like a semblance of, oh, I'm working this weird job for money, etc., etc., I think I would have to be hurting, like hurting for money. Not like, oh, I want some extra cash in order to like buy this thing or to do this thing or etc., etc., invest in this thing. No, no, it has to be like, yo, I'm hungry, I'm starving, I need money type of deal. Like it needs to be that bad in order for me to like ever be interested in any semblance of like easy money, if that makes sense. I don't know. I just don't really trust a lot of easy money schemes because it's more than that, right? It's always more than that. I don't know, but hearing someone go, mm-mm, not that scary. I don't know. The scary part is I have to work. Okay, well, that's the real true horror, guys. That's true. God damn it.
The threat is not real. It won't hurt you as long as you sit down. The sound of fingers tapping against my bedroom door. Blood was pounding into my ears, my chest hollow. Every breath felt like pushing a boulder up a hill. May 4 a.m. come faster for the love of God. My doorknob turned, but the door didn't open. This was one of the worst hallucinations I'd ever had. The footsteps moved downstairs in a way that reminded me of a weird, demented waltz. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Fuck me. I began breathing heavily. I called the woman. Hey, this might be the last gig because this is getting too real. What do you mean? Someone's waltzing downstairs, man. They were right at my bedroom door. I know this is a hallucination, but it messes with my head a little too much. I'll finish this gig and then I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else. I'm really sorry to hear that. Okay, well, you have another hour to go. Yeah, you having fun at the party? Yeah, but you can still call me if you're freaked out. Just don't get up, please, no matter what. I mean, it's not an uncomfortable position since I'm literally laying in bed right now, sort of. A pause. You're laying in bed? Yeah. The rhythm downstairs increased. But how? You put it on your bed? I mean, it's a chess box. It's small. Another pause. What do you mean it's a
Yo. The way my the way, oh my god, the way, oh my god, oh, I'm laying down, the way that my like heart just like, oh, oh, guys.
chess box? That's what you fucking sent me. No, I sent you a cardboard box. Well, that was the package. You can't just send out a chess box. The post service wraps it up. No, it was a cardboard box with nothing inside. It was small, but definitely not a chess box. I don't know what you found inside, but I sent it empty. When did I ever send you a real thing in another bigger package? Please, for the love of God, tell me you didn't fall for it. Blood rushed to my cheeks. The waltzing downstairs continued, mockingly, loud, proud. You can't mail a chess box by itself, I responded, suddenly uneasy. You were not supposed to receive a chess box. What the f? Please tell me you didn't leave the cardboard box unattended. It was the packaging, I replied on the verge of tears. No. She was almost hysterical. The waltzing downstairs stopped. I remembered the cardboard box that came in the mail. It was roughly the size of the chess box inside. Every single thing I'd sat on before had been empty. I was suddenly unsure of what I'd been sitting on for the past 3 hours. What if I had hallucinated that the real box contained another one inside? That had never happened before. Was I truly sitting on nothing now? A long, teasing whistle broke the silence. I suddenly got the urge to lock my bedroom door. If I'd left the real box unattended downstairs, shit. Or is it a trick? Did I hallucinate the call? Is it trying to make me get up? Time's almost up, but now I can hear someone going up the stairs. What do I do? What do I do now? Oh no! Okay, so then that's part one. Oh my god, that's so scary. Oh my god, that's so scary. Yeah, whenever she said that the chest box had pieces inside, I was instantly afraid because I was like, homegirl, it has been empty the whole time. What do you mean there was chest pieces inside?
My brain just, I would not have gotten that. I'm so stupid. I was like, okay, didn't even think about it. Didn't even think about it, dude.
What do you mean there was chest pieces inside that didn't scare you? You've been doing this for months. What do you mean? Oh my god. Okay, part two. As I was typing the previous post, the footsteps got louder until they reached my bedroom door. My heart was pounding in my chest with a force that knocked the air out of my lungs. I looked over some comments and I decided to trust my gut. If the real box had been left unattended downstairs, there was nothing I could do now. I was most likely about to die. If the chest box was the actual box which needed guarding, I still had a chance to save myself. I remained seated and waited, out of breath, for the remaining amount of time. 3:52 a.m. Fingers tapping against the wood of the door. 3:53 a.m. A gasp outside. 3:54. Multiple gasps, which melted into some sort of exaggerated breathing, loud and wet. I was literally shitting my pants. I'm not some good storyteller. I don't know how else to put it. I'm not a writer. I was genuinely exhausted and about to collapse. I thought you were laying down. Collapse onto the bed you're already laying on? 3:55. A loud bang. The doorknob started turning again. Good thing it can't open the door. The door opened. Oh no! Slowly, the slice of darkness grew and my eyes desperately took in the shadows, trying to make something out. 3:56. The door was now fully open. I stared into the hallway. The whistle came again, long, playful, a knock on the wall, and then the whistling stopped. Then a whisper came. Can I come in? My stomach clenched. Jesus Christ. Fuck. 4 a.m. Silence. My sweaty, trembling hands almost dropped my phone as I called the woman. It rang for a while before she picked up. Yeah? Did I talk to you on the phone before? Huh? You've got some nerve to be confused. I've been going through the worst 4 hours of my life. Was it that bad? Did I talk to you before or not? No, you didn't. Why? What did it say to you? A wave of relief washed over me. I almost broke into tears. Did you send me a chest box? Yeah? Why? I explained to her what happened. After a long pause, she admitted that it was getting clever at tricking people. You were right to not stand up. Damn, I'm sorry that happened to you. I want you to come over right now and take this thing away from me. I feel like I deserve an explanation. I've had a bit to drink, but I'll call a taxi. Yeah, I'm sorry. Basically, I heard movement on the other end. Then I heard her saying goodbye to some people. When I was 15, I became friends with some weird people, the type of people that believed in witchcraft and stuff. They were so deep into tracking a cult that had disappeared a while ago. The custodians, they called themselves. It was nice seeing you. Yeah, no, I'm heading home. And then they vanished and hid from the public eye. They worshipped a witch, the marrow seamstress. They also thought that your soul could be found in your bone marrow, and the seamstress would sew souls back together, make them immortal or something. I wasn't too involved in any of that, but I played along. Anyway, one day I get a call from my friend, and he says that they're going to do this ritual. He brings in this box and claims that some custodian killed himself and his soul was trapped inside. He says, Layla, maybe we can train him to teach us how to become immortal, summon his spirit or something. And I was like, dude, you're nuts. But he explained that he got it from some other shady dude and it came with instructions. And then he told me what I already told you. Sit on the box. He said I was stalling it until he was ready to face it. I don't know why the packages keep changing, why they come in different shapes and sizes, maybe to trick you. He tried to train the thing inside. Talk to the thing? Well, the first night he tried to talk to it was the night he disappeared. I haven't heard from him since. The other members of the group took over the mission, and they all disappeared one by one until this girl Kate came to my door desperate. She witnessed what happened the previous nights and was absolutely hysterical. She said that whatever was inside the box was no custodian, no ghost, but a demon with many faces. The Marrow Seamstress was one of its names, but in reality, it had no gender or appearance. There was no way for you to talk to it. We took turns looking over the box. One night, she was the sitter. She called me asking if it was really me outside of her home. She
Ooh, bet I'll send it. Yippee! Congrats!
disappeared the next day, and that's when I knew two things. That I was the one who had to look over that shit, and that it could trick you. It tricked me once too, and as I said, my boyfriend went missing. It was a whole mess. I had to move states. I was investigated for years. I can't escape from it, and I don't know what happens to me if it gets out. Mind you, I was listening to this bullshit at 4 a.m. in the darkness. I had a terrible, terrible feeling of being watched. Layla arrived around 20 minutes later, and she took the chess box. Listen, I know it's creepy as fuck, but as long as you don't stand up, nothing really happens. I can pay you more to watch over it if you want. You know the drill by now. It could be easier for you. My life is in ruins. I can't miss a night. I can't marry, have kids, rest. I'm talking up to like $1,000 for 4 hours. If you take it for a full week, I could pay you $10K. It sounded incredible. I still couldn't accept though. I was not gonna mess with this shit more than I already had. That whistling was still imprinted on my mind, and I knew I'd hear it in my dreams for weeks after this incident. I'm sorry, I really just don't want to be involved anymore. Okay, I understand. Before she left, I had one final question. I'm so scared.
Bro, oh god. Oh no. I'm just thinking of like, okay, so she had how many people like do this work, right? Is it imprinted on her now, or like what's going on?
I'm genuinely so scared. This is Kaylee talking. I'm scared. Hey, why did it automatically transfer to you after Kate died? I guess it picked up my scent. It can do that, you know, if you
Exactly. Once she dies, she's fucked. It's gonna be sent to her.
witness someone being taken, or if there's two of you and one dies. So, if you die, her expression was completely blank. I don't know. Right. I went back inside and slept for 13 hours. When I woke up, I went downstairs to have some breakfast, lunch, dinner. On the kitchen counter sat the chess box. I ran my fingers across it. What the f? I'd brought it downstairs while me and Layla talked, but she had taken it with her. Hey, do you have an eye on the box? The chess box? Yeah, did you maybe forget to take it, or... yeah, I'm sorry. I could have sworn I took it with me. That bitch. Well, could you come and get it before nightfall? I'm really uncomfortable with having it in my house. Yeah, sure, I'll be there in 5. Okay. I waited. 15 minutes. 20. 30. I called again. Layla, couldn't you just watch it for another night? You really scared me with what you said, and what? It's still your box. I know, I'll come, I promise. She didn't. I waited for 2 more hours, and then I took the chess box with me and I drove to her house. She lived in this small apartment on the 4th floor, and as I got to her door, a note greeted me. I'm really sorry, I just got scared. I called her again and again, but she never picked up her phone. I began to panic and asked around. No one knew any woman that went by Layla. They gave me another name of the girl who lived there, so I called the police and I reported her missing. As long as I had the box, and it knew me, it wouldn't just magically appear wherever she went because it had me now. She was not going to leave me alone with this thing. It took them 3 hours to trace her card and tell me that she had used it at some gas station miles and miles away, so I got into my car and started driving. When midnight came, I pulled onto the side of the road and sat on the chess box. There I was, in a car with no headlights, parked somewhere illegally in the driver's seat with a chess box under me, car doors locked, no visitors, no surprises. At around midnight, a truck flashed its bright lights at me. It was headed towards my car at a dizzying speed, and every inch of me begged me to run to get out of the car. No, it can crash into me for all I care. I closed my eyes and braced for an impact that never came. When I opened them, for a split second, I stared into the eyes of another person inches from my own face, then gone. I can't even describe how they looked, how it looked. I heard a baby crying at some point out into the distance. I saw someone in the back seat. Half of the car had caught on fire. I'm not standing up. I might be terrified, but I'm not standing up. At around 3:40, a police car pulled up behind me. The policeman motioned for me to roll down my window, and I did. Ma'am, do you know you're not allowed to park there? Shut up, you're not real. The man paused. I felt a tinge of fear. Would you mind stepping out of the vehicle for me? Not now, wait 20 minutes, I can't stand up right now. Ma'am, are you on drugs? You're not real, stop. Ma'am? I decided to humor the demon. I'm not on drugs. Then please unlock your car and step out. I told you to wait. I argued with the policeman for a little while, until the clock hit 4 a.m. The policeman did not disappear. That fear was getting stronger now. I finally stepped out and he had to take me to the station for questioning. I spent the next 18 hours being interrogated on what I knew about the disappearance of a woman and the previous sitters. They obviously didn't believe me. They tested me for drugs and moved me to another station closer to my house. They didn't let me have the box. I went crazy in my tiny cell, begged them to let me have it, told them someone needed to sit on it for a few hours, cried and said that something bad would happen and they didn't believe me. Eventually I fell asleep. I woke up stiff around 5 a.m. The guard was staring at me in an unsettling way. Eyes were wide and bloodshot. Where's the box? I asked him. It was, at the station near the other town with the car, he began. What did you mean by sitting on it? What happened? His voice went down to a whisper. They won't tell me. I just know someone died. That's all I know. Wait, I'm getting a call. A part of me wanted to scream. Another part of me trembled with anticipation. As he spoke on the phone, the guard kept looking at me like he was trying to decide whether saying it out loud would make it worse. They didn't tell me everything, he muttered afterwards, rubbing his hands together. Just pieces. Stuff that doesn't make sense. Tell me anyway. He swallowed. They said the box was in evidence, just sitting there, nothing special about it. One of the officers joked about it, I think, said it was lighter than it looked. Then around, he frowned, trying to remember, somewhere past midnight, people started complaining. Said they heard noises from the room, like scratching maybe, or knocking. My fingers tightened around the edge of the bench. They thought it was a rat at first or something in the walls, but then one of them said it sounded like pacing. Waltzing? Does that make sense to you? I felt sick. What happened after that? They checked the room. The box was still closed, nothing inside. They even opened it just to be sure and said it was empty. Of course it was. They closed it again and locked the room. Another pause. And then one of the officers who were watching the feed said he saw someone in there. My throat tightened. The guard's eyes flicked to the door behind me. They thought he was messing around until another guy saw it too, and then the noises stopped, and one of them went in, walked inside, checked the box, even laughed, said everyone needed to calm down. Then he went quiet and asked something like, when did you get in here? There's no one else in the room, the guard whispered. That's what they said. The door was still open. Other officers right outside. My nail was dug into my palms. What happened to him? The guard swallowed hard. They didn't describe it properly. They just said he went to the box, opened it, jammed his head inside until they pulled him away, and then he stopped breathing. They did CPR and everything, and nothing worked. A long silence. In the box? They said there were marks on the floor, like someone had been sitting there in the middle of the room, right in front of the box. And the officer who died, I don't get this. They said he went missing. How do you lose track of a dead body? So there's people who saw what happened? If it picked up their scent, I just told you the station was full, so yeah, lots of people saw him die. What do you mean, sit on it? On the fucking box? A few more hours passed while I explained what I knew. I could see that he was trying to wrap my head around it. But wasn't the box yours now? You can take it away, right? I lied. No, now the curse was fully transferred. It's their responsibility to watch over it now. Eventually, he ran out of questions and I was sent home. If I was the one meant to watch over it, the curse was still mine. I would have gotten it back in the mail. That's what Layla claimed happened to her. It's been 4 days and I haven't received anything. I might be free, you guys. I know it picked up my scent, but unless whoever has it now makes a mistake, it can't come back to me. And as the guard said, the station was full of officers. If someone does something wrong, I hope it'll pass to whoever else was in the room. In order for me to get the curse back, a bunch of people would have to die. I'd say I'm good for now. Okay, that was actually really good.
Oh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, I guess. I don't I can't really think of one more to say for that.
That was scary. I think that's also like kind of an interesting concept. It kind of reminds me of, what's the movie? It Follows? Something like that. I do wonder though, so where did the chess pieces go that she had originally, right? When she saw the inside of it with the king and the queen and the stuff, is that those just disappear entirely? Because they all opened it and said that the box was empty. I still want to know where the chess pieces are. Also, so the officer just shoved his head into the box and then just stopped breathing? So do we think the monster was like inside of the box and just like sucked his face off or something? You know what I mean? What the heck happened? Oh my god. Okay, that was so fun. Like I said, I'm going to read this one other one really quick, and then we'll figure something out. Again, I know I said it earlier, and I'll keep saying it just to promote her throughout all of this. This is Miss Helena Castellan, and go and check out her YouTube channel that I have linked in the description box and whatnot below. Hopefully, too, I'm able to do the little link thing, so you could just like click it up here if you wanted to go and check out her most recent videos and channel and everything. Go show some love for this scary writer. Okay. I'm so excited. Okay, this one's called I Got an Ad to Play the Find the Monster in the Room game, and it keeps getting harder. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm such a sucker for mobile games. I can't do it, dude. I have such like an addictive personality. I'm afraid that if somebody made like a haunted mobile game with all the little flashy addictive puzzles to solve and stuff, I would completely get got. I would be in this position. I would end up somewhere bad. Okay. I got an ad to play the Find the Monster in the Room game, and it keeps getting harder. It was a late Friday night, and I was mindlessly playing chess on my laptop. I had the difficulty up and was leaning right into the game and squinting into the bright screen in a tense match with a robot. Didn't even notice this was almost 2 a.m. Didn't care. Back pain told me I'd been playing for hours. Again, didn't mind. After what seemed like an eternity, it beat me. Fuck, I wasted almost an hour on this match. I got up from my desk as some ads started playing. The site I used had 2 back-to-back ads after playing every match, so I got up as the princess begged me to make some puzzle to save her from the bad king and went to pour myself some orange juice. I left her exclaiming in awe at the multitude of gems that I could earn. By the time I got back, the room was quiet. The second ad had started to play, but it had no sound. The screen was much less animated. Dark, no sponsored mention, no link to the Play Store, just white pixelated letters flickering over a gradient and a pixelated cloaked figure below them. The letters read, "Find the monster in the room." I raised my brows, somewhat amused as I sat down. It looked interesting compared to the puzzle knockoffs and choice-based games that I usually got. It had no skip in 5 button, so I figured I needed
Oh my god, I see.
to play a little before I could close it. Oh my god, I hate those ads. This is what I'm saying. I would get got by this dude. I clicked on the begin button and a pixelated picture of a bedroom popped up. It was a fantasy-like setting with stone walls and a bed, with a canopy, a desk with a round decorated mirror, and a fancy armoire. Candles threw animated shadows around the room, and tiny pixelated bats flew by. In the corner of the room, I could very clearly see a comically drawn vampire, similar to the Hotel Transylvania ones, hunched over. I clicked on him, half smiling, as he disappeared with a poof. A message popped up. "Congratulations, you saved the princess and you found the monster. Continue?" Again, no skip button. I went on. The game looked cozy, and I liked the style of animations. Find the monster in the room. This time, the room was a classroom with colorful desks and toys all over. The walls were covered in kids' drawings, and the sun shone gently through the blinds. The monster was a tiny gnome with pointy ears, hiding under a desk and grinning. He looked cute, though, not scary. I clicked on him, and he let out a tiny, high-pitched scream before poofing. The next level was a werewolf in a rose garden, then a mummy in a library. It was unskippable, but I didn't mind. I needed a break after getting my ass beat by the chess robot. Oh my god, this author loves chess, by the way. I just realized. After maybe 10 levels, I realized it was upping the difficulty. Now the monster would be half hidden, under beds, behind bushes or curtains, or a reflection in a window or a shadow. Soon enough, by level 20, I actually began to struggle to spot it. It started giving me tips. Pay attention to what doesn't belong. Monsters prefer corners. I got stuck at level 25. It showed a picture of a living room and a little girl and her dad watching TV in the dark. I scanned the whole room, but I couldn't find anything. I even upped the brightness, thinking it may have been hiding in the shadows. At last, I made out the outline of a leg, I think, under the couch and clicked on it. Wrong. Flickered in red on the screen. A circle appeared on the dad. This was the monster. He killed the mom and hid her under the couch. You couldn't save the daughter. Lives left, 2 out of 3. Oh my god. I leaned back, surprised. Damn, this game was darker than I thought it would be. I had underestimated it. I clicked continue and it showed a bathroom with a grandma helping a kid get dressed. I looked around and I couldn't find anything, so I tried my luck and clicked on the grandma. Wrong. The circle appeared on the vent. I leaned in, squinting, and I saw a pale, bloated face. It looked weirdly realistic compared to the pixelated look of the bathroom. Ew. You couldn't save the boy and his grandma. Lives left, 1 of 3. I continued. I caught the next monster. A tall, slender figure almost blending in the trees. The next level, level 28, showed a suburban street, gently lit by warm streetlights. No monsters in sight. I scanned it as much as I could, but I didn't find anything. I was determined to, though. I must have spent like 10 minutes staring at the screen before I finally gave up and clicked randomly. Wrong. A circle appeared in the darkness. You couldn't save the young man. Lives left, 0 of 3. Game over. Better luck next time. Tips. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'll tell you what.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Clove! Clove is here and definitely not peeking. Oh my god. I see. Hi, Clove. Hello, Clove enjoyers. Hello. Did you guys have fun with tarot? I'm not looking, but I love you. Goodbye. Oh my god, thank you for the care packet, sick. Oh my god. No worries. Yeah, hello. Welcome on in. My name is Reaper's Reprieve. You can call me Reaper, call me Percy, and call me Nutty Dog. We do art here. Right now we're listening to a scary story by this lady. Well, she's reading a creepy Reddit story, and the first one was about a box, and it was freaky. Hold up. I'm trying to get the shout out going. I hope stream was good, Clove. Thank you again for the raid. There we go. The glasses is killing me. The glasses is killing me.
There was no option to play again. The pop-up closed. I remained a bit unsettled, but
Oh, this one's about like a pop-up, like a game. I think the title was around something like, I'm playing a monster finding game and I'm getting too good at it.
I was still pleasantly surprised by the originality of the game and its power to crawl under your skin. I returned to my chess game. Saturday night found me in a different position. I went out with my friends and returned to my one-story
Nutty Dog with a cowboy hat. Exactly. I love cowboy hats. They're so good.
house in the suburbs, drunk and woozy, walking alone in the peaceful and quiet night, right in the middle of the street. My mind was perfectly empty, and the cold air washed over me like a blessing. 1 foot in front of the other, I came closer to my house. In the distance, I began to make out a silhouette standing still. I couldn't figure out if it was facing me or away, but it was slightly hunched over and twitching. I remember thinking, I may be drunk, but I'm not stupid. I took a left turn and did a little detour. I arrived to my house safe and sound, even though the feeling of being watched followed me like a stray dog. I left it at my door, and yet it scratched and howled the whole night. Ooh, I really, really like that, metaphor. I guess, well, and simile, I guess both. That's a really, really good sentence. Even though the feeling of being watched followed me like a stray dog, I left it at my door, and yet it scratched and howled the whole night. Damn, that's a banger. Sunday night, chess tournaments, again, bored out of my mind, 2 a.m. hits and the ad pops up again. I was somehow happy to see it. This time, the words read, "Find the monster in the room before it finds you."
Dog. Oh, this is worse than getting a virus, bro.
Okay, also scary. It picked up from level 29. I had no idea it was saving my progress. The difficulty was easy again, but I had a timer now. As it got harder, the time became shorter. A subway. I clicked on the pale, wide-eyed man sitting next to a little girl. Correct. You saved the girl from the predator. Eventually, it got to a point where I had absolutely no idea where to click. I lost once, then I lost again. Level 54 showed the front of a one-story house. I scanned every centimeter and found nothing until in one of the windows, I could see a light, almost a reflection, a silhouette. Ha! Found ya. Clicked on it. Wrong. That's the player. This is the monster. A circle appeared on the window. I couldn't see anything there as I was squinting into the
fuck that, dude. Okay. Fuck that. Oh my god.
monitor. I heard a clatter in the kitchen. I jumped in my seat, my breath stuck in my throat. It was ages before I could breathe again. My whole body felt hollowed out. Game over. Better luck next time. Tips: the more you find, the better it hides. Fuck this shit, I said out loud and went into the kitchen to check the source of the clatter. I know what you'll say. Why do people go and check? Dumb horror movie protagonist behavior. Well, I can't just sit tight in my room, find it before it finds you, right? Nothing was in the kitchen.
Thank you for the save, Val. Thank you.
Nothing in any of the rooms. I know, it's stupid to look. I know. I slept with the bedroom door closed. I checked the whole house and found nothing. Tips: just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Oh no! Okay, so we have a final part. We have a second part. Dude, this is so...
I like how we react the same way. I like how we react the same way. It's so good. No, because every time anything like creepy happens, I look up, like you know, that metaphorical like camera, like you're pretending like you're like a sitcom. I look at the camera and I'm like, well, like, how do I explain it? It's like a dog that looks like to the side. And you can see the little whites of its eyes. Yeah, that's me right now.
Fun. Again, these are like, this is so, I think this is so original. At least like me personally, I haven't read anything like this. Oh, this is so fun, actually. I'm having a great time right now. Are you having a great spooky time? I love getting scared. Okay, I'm really afraid of this final part. I'm not gonna front with you, so I'm also kind of wasting time right now, but that's okay. 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 Eek. Okay, let me start recording again. I'm so scared. Okay. I'm so glad I'm recording at like 7 p.m. and there's still daylight and my husband's home with me tonight. So I'll be good, but good luck to you, viewer. I hope you're good, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got a little freaked out after that last incident. I know it must have been nothing, and I know there are a lot of marketing and programming freaks that love to fuck with users. Maybe the ad was a tactic to promote some new horror film coming, like the phone number you had to call for that one movie or the random tapes, right? And the morning after, the house looked so serene, so nice and warm and devoid of any paranormal entity that somehow travels through a computer screen, as if that was even plausible. I felt so silly. I did check some cupboards I'd missed the
Self-care. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you for the hydration. I do that too when something baffles me or someone has the audacity. Oh my god, for real, when someone has the audacity, I'm like, I do it especially whenever I'm reading anything where I'm like, girl, girl, stand up, or like, bro, get out of my face, get out of my face, dude.
first time, though. They were really small and insignificant. Nothing could really fit in there anyway. I also read your comments and gathered some tips from them, like salt and sage, and I checked the vents, etc. I figured the best way to go about it would be to avoid getting the ad. I installed an ad blocker and, just to be safe, decided to quit the chess match before the last move, or at least when it became obvious I would win or lose. Yeah, I was gonna f with my stats, but that was my last concern at the moment. And for the next days, it worked. I didn't get the stupid ad anymore, and I started feeling more comfortable in my home. I told my friends about the odd game and asked if they had seen the same ad play, since I knew that they were using the same site to play chess. They seemed intrigued by it, even somewhat sad that they were missing out on it. It sounds cool, like some interactive horror experience, like one of those games where you can't make a sound in real life because they'll connect to your mic, said my friend, whom we'll call Paul. We were hanging out at his place, throwing empty cans of beer at each other. Yeah, I bet it is, but it's still.
I think that would be terrifying as like a promo for like a movie or something where it's like a creepy ass ad and then it says like, oh, that's where the user is. I'm like, no. No, 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 thank you. No, 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 thank you. It's like I just tell the camera, can you believe this shit? No, exactly.
Freaky. I'm waiting for the real campaign to launch and connect the ad to some overhyped game. At least, I hope that's what it is. You know what would be cool? My other friend said. I'll call her Jean. Jean was the conspiracist. The one with the funniest theories to listen to. I wasn't in the mood for that now, but she continued, unaware or just ignorant of how uncomfortable I was. You know that every time you talk to AI, you train it, it takes in your behavior and answers, and it becomes more tailored to humanity. What if this game is like a data collecting thing that analyzes where humans usually look when searching for monsters? That's scary. What the f*** do you mean? I mean, what if you're teaching it how to
The way I would have said, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
hide better? Every choice or reaction of yours gets sucked into some database and trains them. It trains the pixelated monsters? You said not all of them were pixelated, that some of them were realistic. Yeah, I don't like that theory. I'm not going to listen to you. I want to be in the room when you play the game again. I'm not going to play it again. Well, Wednesday night comes, and guess what? I was fully prepared to quit the match when the ad popped up right in the middle of it. My heart dropped. The hole in my chest grew as I read the words, "Find a monster in the room." I remembered a comment someone had left under the previous post. Try losing it on easy. Well, would that help me? Maybe. One thing was sure, it would end sooner. The first level showed a pixelated beach in the moonlight. A woman was walking hand in hand with a man, and I clicked the sky. Wrong. This was the monster. The man will get eaten now. You failed to save him. Lives left, 2 of 3. The circle appeared on the woman, who smiled wide, showing multiple rows of teeth. Her pixelated image flickered a few times, and I could have sworn I saw a realistic version of the woman in between the flashes. Her eyes bloodshot and numerous teeth rotten, skin stretched too wide, too much. Damn, this game was good. The next level was an underground parking lot. For the first time, it actually came with sound effects. I could hear the sound of chewing coming from my speakers. Hold on. I leaned in and placed my ear in different spots of the screen. The chewing was louder in some areas, and it grew quieter if I moved away. How the f*** was it doing that? Instinctively, I clicked on the car where the chewing was coming from. Wrong. That's a friend eating a sandwich. The monster was closer than you think. Lives left, 1 of 3. For the first time, it didn't show me where the monster was. I didn't even wait for the next image to fully load. I clicked randomly. Wrong. Impatient much? This is how they get you. Game over. Tips. People rarely look up.
Mmm. Mmm. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
The pop-up closed and my chess match resumed. I remained hunched over the monitor, my eyes stuck on the spot on the screen where the tip had been. I could see the words flashing in my mind. People rarely look up. I hate this. I hate this game for how scared I was. I hate this game for making me look up at my empty ceiling. I was so stupid for falling for all of these
The way I did it too, I'm not gonna lie to you. I did that too.
shitty tactics. On Thursday, I got a call from my friend Paul. Hey man, the ad popped up last night. It was so trippy. Whoever made it's a genius. Listen, I don't have time to talk. Someone followed me home last night. Straightened in my chair. Followed you? How? I mean, I was sitting in my car eating takeout before going up to my apartment. You know how my girl is on that stupid diet and doesn't want junk food in the house? Yeah. So I finish eating. I grab the bag, I open the door, and when I step out, my foot lands on something. Something? Yeah, something soft. His voice dropped, and the second I put weight on it, it just whipped back under the car. I frowned. It's probably a cat or something. No, man. He swallowed. I barely saw it, but I swear to God, it looked like a hand. Like it was just sitting under my car waiting for me to come out so it could grab me. Paul, you're crazy. I'm serious. His voice cracked. I froze. I just stood there with one foot up like an idiot. He went quiet for a moment. What did you do? What do you think I did? I ran. A nervous laugh escaped him. I slammed the door and I sprinted for the building. And while I was running, I heard something behind me, like shuffling fast. It's probably your imagination. Yeah, well, my imagination almost made me piss my pants. I took the stairs 2 at a time and I barely got my door open. Silence hung between us for a second. I knew Paul. He wasn't the kind of guy to make up stories like that. And suddenly, against my will, I remembered the parking lot level that I'd played the night before. Suddenly felt incredibly, painfully real. I'd had this tightness in my chest ever since I started playing the game against my will, and now the tightness was expanding into my throat. I didn't tell Paul about the level. I just told him to call the cops and if he sees anything strange. I returned home from work. It was around 8 p.m. and the air felt heavy. My quiet suburban streets looked like a movie set, an abandoned playground before a storm where no one talked, no one stepped out, no dogs barked. I somehow knew the game would wait for me. I genuinely recoiled at the thought of having to play it again, so I decided to quit that site forever and only use my computer for essential stuff. All my windows were dark. My front door opened slowly, and I greeted the empty hallway with no fear, even though I knew my eyes helped in no way to decide whether I was alone or not. Just because I couldn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't there. I went upstairs like a lamb preparing for slaughter. You know what? I remember thinking, I'm actually just going to throw away my computer. As I reached the upper floor, I saw the light at the end of the hallway, my bedroom, was on. A terror washed over me before I remembered that that's how I left it, knowing I wouldn't want to return to a house submerged in darkness and silence. However, I did not remember the computer being on, and I certainly did not open any site, but that ad was playing now. Find a monster in the room. Final level, boss battle, flashed across my screen. I found it a little funny that it said boss battle. I don't know why. I was not going to play, though. I plugged out the computer. I looked back at the
Creepy ass computer, bro. Also, hi Vicily. Hi. How are you? We're listening to scary stories. It's getting intense.
screen, who was still flashing the letters. I would have smashed the computer, but a thought occurred. I remembered that nothing physical happened to me. However, it had been Paul who was followed. What if he was the target and he was now in danger and I could at least warn him or something? Reluctantly, I sat down and hit play. My heart was pounding in my chest. Those seconds were agony, but what followed felt like a cold shower. The level had no timer. I waited for the image to load, staring at the innocent-looking text blinking softly in the center of the screen. Find the monster in the room. For a moment, I almost smiled. I remembered the early levels, the stupid little goblin under the desk, the cartoonish vampire hunched in the corner like something ripped straight out of a kid's game. Back then, it had all felt harmless, cozy even. Who knew it would turn into something so sinister? As the level finished loading, a tiny green light appeared beside my laptop camera. My webcam turned on.
Yo. Also, thank you for the head pats. Hell no. Dude, are you guys paranoid like that? Whenever I have anything that has like a camera, anything at all that has a camera, I always cover the lens. Because I've heard too many horror stories, too many IRL horror stories, and narrative horror stories of like people being watched through their cameras, whether it be on like the home security camera or just like on a laptop or like on a phone. I always cover them because I just get so paranoid. I don't know.
For a second, I didn't process what I was seeing. My brain lagged behind my
Lemon.
eyes, trying to make sense of the image that filled the screen. Find the monster in the room. I was looking at a live feed of my own bedroom. My horrified face stared back at me from the screen, washed pale in the cold glow of the monitor. My gaming chair creaked softly as I leaned forward, and I watched the same movement happen a fraction of a second later on the screen. Behind me sat the familiar mess of my room, the unmade bed, the half-open closet door, the dim outline of the dresser pressed against the wall. I remembered a stupid detail. Useless now. When I arrived home, all of my windows were dark. I even mentioned it while I was recalling the events here. So who had turned on the light? I slowly turned in my chair and looked behind me. Nothing. The bed was exactly where it had always been. The closet door hung half open like usual. The shadows pooled quietly in the corners of the room, unmoving. I turned back to the screen. The feed hadn't changed. My room remained perfectly still, frozen in the dull gray grain of the camera. Nothing was behind me, but just because I didn't see it, didn't mean it wasn't there. I must have stared at it for a really long time because a pop-up appeared. Want a hint? Yeah, why not? I was convinced I was going to die anyway. I clicked yes. Anywhere you click would be correct. My brain refused to process it. For a second, I just stared at the words, waiting for them to change like the game would correct itself if I gave it enough time. Were there more monsters? Was it a monster too big it filled the room? Was the monster the room? I recalled the previous levels, and then I remembered the breathing. Of course. It was almost laughable. The situation itself was so bad, it was the funniest thing that I had ever experienced. You know how magicians say that if you're looking too close, you can't...
Oh, hell no, dude. Hell no. They're gonna watch me on my phone on 2 a.m. It's just the fact that they can, you know. It's privacy, regardless of whatever the privacy would be.
Can't see the big picture. Anywhere would be correct, because the monster was behind the fucking monitor. I was staring so hard at the screen that the edges of it had begun to blur, and I hadn't noticed the obvious. I hadn't noticed what was behind it. I wasn't going to click. I wouldn't let the game end. I looked at my feet and stood up. I tried to ignore what was right in front of me. I backed away, felt for the door, and then sprinted the fuck out of my house. I only managed to grab my phone as I left. In the cool night air, I started laughing. Adrenaline washed over me in waves, and it felt almost as if my body was short-circuiting. I walked, jumped, hell, I even whistled. You think I was crazy, but I'd managed to see a little behind the monitor and catch a glimpse of what was waiting for me, and if you'd seen what I had, you'd be doing the same. I called Paul. Hey man, I need to crash for a while. How long? Until I find it up. I'm reading scary stories. You can't just come in here.
Food's ready.
I know, I'm at the end of it.
It's getting cold.
I have like 5 more sentences.
Carne asada.
I know, I love you.
Love you.
That was horrifying, by the way. I called Paul. Hey man, I need a place to crash for a while. How long? Till I find an apartment or something? Why? I don't even want to talk about it. I took one final look at the house. The light in the bedroom window had turned off. Oh my god, that's so scary. So the whole looking up thing, I thought it would mean like on the ceiling, you know? Like I was like, oh, I guess she didn't look up at the ceiling. I didn't even think looking up like beyond the monitor that you're staring into. Same with the whole Paul thing. I was like, oh my god. Well, you know what I mean? I was like, was the monster on top of the roof? So then also I'm like, so were those other places that she had been prior? Is this like...
Oh, no, the thing was... Oh. Like, remember we heard the... What do you call it? The sound from the phone or whatever. Like, the variation in the breathing. It was there the whole time.
Like... custom to her life and to her friends, and it was like slowly training, or did it just like slowly get more and more involved in her life and go to her friend? Or I guess nobody would know because she had caught the monsters all the other times, right? Well, other than the like handful where she had failed or whatever. What did it say about her friend Paul? The monster, it didn't say, obviously it didn't. Friend eating a sandwich, the monster was closer than you might think. Okay, yeah, because she was listening to the breathing behind it. Okay. Wow. So that's interesting. So that was just like a completely unrelated feed about Paul, actually. It wasn't that the monster was getting after... Well, he had the hand under the car, though.
Yeah, there's like more than one. Also, hi, Mask. Oh my god, Mask. How are you? How you doing? Rah! It's so good to see you. How are you?
Copy and paste or like reheat.
Yeah, no, that was great. That was great. This was by Red Rant Review. Yeah, no, it's really good. I had fun. I had fun. We were listening to this person read out 2 scary stories, and they were pretty like pretty fun. Doing okay. That's good. That's good. Good. I got addicted to the Pokemon game. Ooh, what Pokemon game actually? Which one? Yeah, about to listen to a scary story while I work on this because I'm kind of eepy. Dude, I'm always sleepy when it comes to this time now. But we continue. I was gonna experience platinum. Oh, okay, okay. That's good, that's good. For my first Pokemon game, I'm gonna be experiencing the horror stories. Oh, I see, I see. The Pokemon. Yeah, people who sit down and read, like for example, her whole channel revolves around um reading books and, you know, giving a review or rundown of the story. Honestly, I give a lot of credit to that because reading a book does take quite a bit of time, especially if you're going to be making any sort of content around it. So I do give a lot of props for that. I'm looking through her channel right now to see if there's any books that I wanted to listen to. Mask. A lot of it's either horror stories or something that's like more drama, I want to say. Oh wow. Wait, did she read it? Hold up. Hold on, I gotta look at this. Did she read the book? Did it already come out?
Hey, thank
No, I think this is just talking about it. Never mind. I was like, did she read the book? So apparently there's this lady who has been making rounds, right? And we had this talk about AI yesterday, or the other day, I should say, about like, you know, AI and I guess human relationships with AI, things like that. And there's this lady who has been making the rounds, and she's really popular just because she ended up being very she's very blatant, and she's not hiding the fact that she's in a relationship with her AI boyfriend. The thing about the AI boyfriend is that he's really mean. Like he's really fucking mean. He's an asshole, dude. I was like, damn. Damn, because usually when it comes to dealing with AI or anything like that, you know, as they say, it's based off of retention or like, you know, trying to be nice to you so you continue to keep using it, and then, you know, the cycle or whatever. So most of the time when it comes to any sort of AI relationship, the AI is usually very submissive or like very nice and kind to them. However, her AI boyfriend is he's just so fucking mean, dude. Anything that she does, because there's like a like an episode on her or something, like she did an interview with these people, and they go through like her daily routine, and he's just like ripping into her like all the time. Like, you're so fucking stupid. You can't even fix dinner or something. Like, you can't even cook pasta by yourself. You actually have to ask me. I was like, the way I would have just thrown out that AI, bro. I'm like, nah, fuck this, dude. Like he's really mean, or he's like really possessive as well. And basically where I'm getting at is she ended up writing a dark romance book with her AI boyfriend. I'm pretty sure she had her like AI boyfriend just write the whole book, I assume. You know, another AI book or whatever, but it's this dark romance where this lady falls in love with her AI, right? And I was like, yo, did she read it? I wanna know, like, well, how was it? How was the book? Because I don't want to read it, so I want to listen to someone who did read it. I don't want to pay money to read it, bro. No, exactly, Mask. It's crazy. Guys, don't try to bang your computer with GPT. No, exactly. I'm just so surprised. Yeah, so I was like, this is crazy. I can't even, like, what? See, this could have been a really good horror book, but she didn't see it as a horror book. I refuse to believe this lady isn't doing undisclosed advertisement for Forge Mind. Yeah, there's no, I don't think the book is already out yet. Yeah, never mind. I was like, oh, we should listen to that. If she did read it, I was like, yo, we should listen to that. I think the last book that I ended up reading was oh my god, she also did the Eve Brown one. Oh my god. Yeah, the what do you call it? The Brown Sister series. I'm reading the one that's the most famous one. Get a Life, Chloe Brown, I think is the title of the book. I was reading a portion of that before I stopped reading it. Not because I wasn't interested in it anymore, it's just that I didn't really I like having books specifically for things that I do. So basically, I think back in the beginning of the year, my health took a really rough turn in a sense. So I was going into the hospital quite a bit of times, right? So I was reading that book when I was in the waiting room. And so my brain is really small. So it just decided to only read that book when I was in waiting rooms. So it's like, oh. Oh my gosh, she also read the horrible Peter Pan what is it called? Like Captain Hook Peter Pan inspired book or whatever. It's like the setup is uh you're reading the point of view of Wendy, and she ends up dating Captain Hook, I think. Like for example, Peter Pan's daughter's Wendy, and then his mortal enemy is like Captain Hook in this series, and it's really weird. It's really I don't know about that. It were okay, guys. There's some really weird scenes in that book. Honestly, there are really some questionable, just like not morality. It's just not what I would think of. Hey, if I am trying to get back at someone, or to, you know, I guess literally just get back at someone, I wouldn't necessarily think of, oh, I'm going to do this or that to this person's like daughter or whatever, or to even just be like um having weird imagery with a whole nother person in order to get back at like your enemy, I guess. I don't know. It was really weird. It was really weird. And a lot of what people were talking about it was that it didn't really end all that well either. So I was very surprised that she ended up reading it as well. Oh my god, there's so many rant reviews. A lot of these are like pretty popular books, because I feel like if I know what a book is, it's probably very popular, because I don't necessarily um see a lot of, what do you call it? See a lot of reviews of kind of the random books, if that makes sense. Like, see it where they're The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, very popular book. Uh any of the Colleen Hoover books. Mm, a lot of like the crazy what is this? I'm in love with a moth? Like the crazy, like, no, no. Yo, yo. I'm looking through her channel, and this is what I see, guys. This is what I Yo. Honestly, she Yes, I think her digital footprint is cooked. I'm gonna be so real with you looking at this. I'm gonna be so real with you. But I have so much respect for her. I have so much respect for her and her craft. She read this book. The Milking Farm. That's crazy. I remember when this book was like going crazy on YouTube. Like so many people were reading it or like trying to give a review and they were just like, no, it was insane. I'd never read anything like this before. Um I don't I don't think anyone at least that I seen review it like it, but it's crazy. See, this hour is You Lose the Time of War. Time War. It's a very popular book as well. Or there you go, the Twisted Love series. Yeah, that makes sense. The Things We Never Got Over. Yep. Oh, that was her first video. Was talking about that. Oh, that's fun. Oh my god, they're like 3-hour reviews. Oh my god. Of Mice and Men. I remember that one. Yeah, like these are pretty long videos, but really fun. I think it's gonna be a really fun like channel to listen to. I'm gonna subscribe. I subscribe. Hmm. Oh no, I'm getting all the Reddit stories recommendations now. Oh no. Set me free. I think there's also just a huge portion of like videos that are like over hour long, like maybe 2 hours long that I've seen on my feed a lot, where I'm like, okay, that's a lot. That's a really long time. Especially for something that's like talking about a subject or talking about some sort of content. Usually whenever I see any yo, some of these thumbnails are crazy. Whenever I see any semblance of talking about, I don't know, a book, TV show, or something like that, usually it's like maybe 30 minutes to like an hour, I want to say. But here, since we were listening to a lot of like AI story, it's not storytelling, a lot of like talk about AI. Here, we'll continue the we'll continue the series. This was made by Maya Makes Sense. This is how character AI slowly destroys your mental health. The character AI addiction iceberg. I haven't watched this yet, so I think that'd be pretty interesting to listen to while I work on this.
Advice for new users. Don't touch this godforsaken app. I recently quit and I have been having a way better sleep schedule, but I still want to go on it every now and then. If you're using it like ChatGPT, I think that's perfectly fine, but these role plays are arguably more addictive than smoking. It brings you no real dopamine, they repeat the same words, and the devs will never listen. Please never use this horrible app. Write a fanfiction, read a fanfiction, do anything but this. It's horrible. You can't even call it parasocial when there's no real soul behind the messages. It's lines of ones and zeros. Anyone else getting too into character AI? I've been feeling I myself am diving way too deep in chats to the point of ignoring normal tasks and responsibilities. By the book, I'm addicted, and I think character Character AI is basically an addiction machine, if not well administered. I mean, it's a site where you can create any story and basically live in it with so much ease. Most of what we had before were games and storytelling, but this is a step beyond. I'd easily compare it to watching. The more you use, the more you find yourself able to use, and using it due to just the infinite variety of amazing experiences. Except this is free, infinitely easy to use, and morally and ethically okay. It's just a site that you can use to speak with AI. By itself, creating some role plays with an AI isn't harmful, but when it becomes an addiction, it might just be one of, if not the worst addictions you could think of. I mean, when the only limit you have is your imagination, and a filter of course, it becomes sort of near impossible wanting to stop when there's so much more to do, right? Or am I just a moron with no self-control? When I first started diving into Character AI, it was out of curiosity. I just had to know what was going on. That website/app from 2022 was still going on, and people were actually still on it. It made a kid himself. I had spent my fair share of time on there, just talking to random fictional characters when I was bored, or maybe in between doing homework or something. But when videos started popping up and more people started talking about it, I started to wonder, I've been on this app pretty frequently, and I've never considered it addictive, or a danger to someone, or a reason that a kid would hurt himself. So I started to go through Reddit, going on post after post and watching video after video, anything Character AI related I could find, since, of course, at this time, I had just been chilling on Character AI. And
Can I just say that the music is a lot? I'm gonna be honest with you. The music is a lot. Um, it's kind of drowning out her own voice. So, when it comes to YouTube, the number one thing will always be, audio. So I'm kind of sad that like it's the music is a lot. If it continues for like another 5 minutes, I think we're just gonna abandon the video.
in the middle of that process, I stopped working on this video. Why, you may ask?
Hey Maya, have you finished that character AI addiction video yet?
Oh, no, sorry, I was busy.
Is he doing what?
I was okay. Ironic procrastination aside, I did find some pretty interesting stuff, so let's just say it led me down a rabbit hole. First things first, what is Character AI? This is what you'd see if you searched up Character AI any year before 2022. It was a vague placeholder site that was just there until the AI itself was finished developing, and it was something vaguely AI themed, but it wasn't exactly sure what it was going to be yet. At least not until September 2022, where you could officially go onto the site and chat with bots after making an account. These were all AI dev created bots, just there because of the lack of users on their site. The chats were very simple, and the name was very straightforward. Just talk to AI characters created by the devs and have short, simple chats with an AI that talks pretty realistically compared to the other options. The main thing at this time that set Character AI apart from the different AI options like Chai was Character AI was brand new, whereas Chai had already been a couple of years old, and it had user-created bots that could be seen by whoever had created the bot, and the chat qualities were much more goofy and simple. Funny, but not as realistic as Character AI's bots. This was because, like any AI, Character AI was a learning model, but not only was it learning from its users, it was also learning from the internet. YouTube videos, anything with text or sound, anything it could read in order to gather data.
I think the video is like really, I think it's well made in a sense of just like the little chapters I already see. Like there's a lot of chapters within the video, like intro, what is Character AI, is it dangerous, bots, filters, but the music is getting way too much for me. The music's getting way too much for me. It's giving me a headache, honestly. So we're gonna watch something else. Mm. Maybe this.
Hello, my dudes. Welcome back to Internet Analysis. Today, I want to talk about the bridesmaids to never speaking again pipeline. I'm so interested in the complex dynamics of female friendship in general, but especially when one of you is getting married. There's so much to be said here. I also frankly needed a lighter topic. I've found it very difficult to focus on work, rightfully so. I don't know if you guys have noticed the weather. It's very icy out there, but I've also been greatly comforted by all of the community and the amazing work and support and help that people have been offering each other, especially in Minnesota. So I just wanted to send my love, and I'm gonna leave some resources in the description.
Yeah, so this video is The Bridesmaid to Friend Breakup Pipeline Internet Analysis by Tiffany Ferg.
So in this video, we're gonna get into some of the insane pressures, demands, and costs that come with a friend's wedding. And some of this might sound pretty cynical, but I'm a married woman. My wedding was like 3 or 4 years ago now. I'm still in the season of life. More of my friends are having weddings. While working on this, I've actually been invited to be a bridesmaid in a friend's wedding. So again, we love love. None of this applies to my sweet friend. And I'm not a complete wedding hater. I actually really enjoy them. But I always just think when it comes to wedding planning, I'm just a fan of people being more intentional and letting people know like, hey, it's okay to be non-traditional or make different decisions, do what suits you. Everyone's family and culture have different standards, but a wedding is supposed to be a fun, loving time, right? Come on. All right, let's dig in. The fantasy of the perfect girl group. Many women are indoctrinated to believe that securing a man is our greatest possible achievement, and therefore our wedding day has to be the most perfect, stunning day of our entire lives. And a major part of that most beautiful, special day is your group of bridesmaids, your bride tribe. We yearn for the girl group. Here are 4 to 14 of your absolute best friends, your platonic soulmates, your partners in crime. Danielle Cohen wrote, "To be a bridesmaid is like reaching the top of Friendship Mountain. You're not a regular friend, you're the very important friend."
Oh my god, what are you guys' experience with weddings? Oh my god, Kieran! Hi Kieran! How are you? How was work? I know you're doing live 2D stuff. Hello Rock Eaters. Here, let me give you a shout out. We're talking about weddings. So for me, I've never been to a wedding, I feel like. At least in my like adulthood life. I've never been to a wedding. Not that my friends don't necessarily get married. It's just that I don't think really big weddings are really a thing where I'm at. Because most of my friends who have like the big grand weddings are like on the other side of the United States or in other countries. So I'm like, yeah, there's no way. We're getting some arts and stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, Kieran, no worries. I hope stream was fun. Howdy. Also, thank you so much. Yeah, welcome on, Raiders. My name is Reaper's Reprieve. You can call me Reaper. You can call me Percy. You can call me Naughty Dog. We usually do art here, and right now I am working on a commission. This is the commission that we're working on right now. Right now I am coloring it, and we're just listening to some YouTube videos as we work. Only as a kid, none as an adult. See, exactly. Because like when it comes to weddings, I can't really think of anyone, or like I can't really think of a time where I've really been to one. I think I've been to one when I was like maybe 10, but I didn't really like it. It was really awkward. Yeah. So it's very interesting. So right now she's just talking about how when it comes to weddings, it's very tied to the woman experience, if that makes sense, like a woman's experience, especially when it comes to, I guess, the general mindset is like women see it as like a really big day because, you know, here, I think it's better if she explains it. I'm not that tactful. Here, I'll just rewind it. It's fine.
Our wedding day has to be the most perfect, stunning day of our entire lives. And a major part of that most beautiful, special day is your group of bridesmaids, your bride tribe. We yearn for the girl group. Here are 4 to 14 of your absolute best friends, your platonic soulmates, your partner.
Yeah, because when it comes to weddings, I feel like there is a lot of young girls who dream of their wedding, if that makes sense. And I think that's fine. I think that's, you know, that's pretty cool, honestly, in my opinion, just because I was never a person who thought of my potential wedding ever, especially growing up. I wasn't necessarily one of the children who are like, oh, let's pretend to get married or let me envision what my wedding would be like or things like that. Um, so I can see where people are coming from in a sense of like, oh, who would I invite to my wedding? How many people would be coming? Or, you know, what my bridesmaids would be like, or groomsmen, or whatever, you know?
Partners in crime. Danielle Cohen wrote, "To be a bridesmaid is like reaching the top of Friendship Mountain. You're not a regular friend, you're the very important friend, entrusted to plan the bride's last stretch of single life, to apply band-aids under her strappy heels seconds before she heads down the aisle, to give a speech that will make everyone laugh and then tear up and then laugh again. In other words, to make their day as special as your friendship. You two are about to feel closer than ever. At least that's the idea." And to be real, yes, of course, friendship is magic. It really is an honor to have your favorite people prepare for and experience that big day right alongside you. Caroline Kitchener wrote, "While romantic partners are singled out for celebration all the time, there aren't many opportunities nowadays to publicly honor a friendship. It's a rare opportunity to officially announce to the world, these are my people. I love them. They love me." But let's be real, so much of this is wrapped up in the image. You want to show off your gorgeous wedding to everyone in attendance and the people on the outskirts in your life watching on social media. Weddings are a performance. They are meticulously planned, scheduled, and rehearsed. And in that show, your bridesmaids play a massive role while propping you.
No, exactly. Because when I found out that people did like bridal rehearsals, I was like, what is that? And these are like knowledge from movies, right? Or like social media or something like that, where it's like, oh my god, like I'm having like wedding rehearsals or bridal rehearsals or some type of rehearsals. I'm having like a test dinner for like my cake and people coming into the wedding. There's so many like moving pieces when it comes to weddings. That's why there's like, you know, wedding planners and, you know, venue event organizers and all sorts of stuff. So I was just like, oh my god. And it only gets bigger the more people or the introduction of various different cultures. It's a lot, like the international couples who have weddings in each of the spouses' home countries, if that makes sense.
You up to be the star. Your bridesmaids signal to everyone, I am a beautiful bride with beautiful friends. These are my girls, protecting me, supporting me. Here we are getting ready together in matching silk pajamas, getting our hair.
Yeah, it's very much giving what do you call it? Sorority kind of vibes, where it's like, this is my unit, these are my people, this is my group. I'm too introvert to have a wedding. What do you mean I have to kiss the bride in front of 50 people watching me? Snowman's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'll just do a court wedding. It's fine.
And makeup done. Look at my wonderful friends. They cried tears of joy when they saw my first look. They sobbed at my beautiful vows, as they should. I'm so glad that everyone got to witness. I have the most and best friends ever. Which brings us to the social media of it all. Though the pressure to have a big, beautiful wedding existed long before social media, it certainly has played a role in massively shaping wedding trends and expectations. For the past 15 years, brides knew their wedding had to be Instagrammable. And even though Instagram is dead, everything still has to be photogenic. Except these days, you not only need those flawless photos, maybe a tasteful mix of posed, candids, digitals, film, but also videos, content, endless TikToks. No wonder people are hiring wedding content creators now. Keeping track of all those transitions is a full-time job. So your bridesmaids have to keep up with their in-person duties and participate in the content with a smile. Thank God all my friends love to sing, dance, and lip sync. My love language is short-form content. And by the way, I cannot stop noticing how sorority-coded all of this is. I was not in a sorority, but I can see.
I just said that. I just said that. I feel so validated. I feel so validated, bro. Cause like, I think it was one of the people who I know got married, and they had like a really big fancy wedding. But I think that's more like a cultural thing. I think like one of my estranged, well, we're not really friends, like friends of a friend, I should say. Yeah, that's better. Friend of a friend, they had gotten married recently in Japan, and Japanese weddings are big. They're humongous, just because like there's like a, I guess, culturally different set of rules, as well as like who you invite, and like how much money do you bring, things like that, right? So seeing how much time, effort, and money went into planning that wedding, I think is crazy. Where I'm like, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, because I think for the most part, maybe they'll break even with how many people come, and that they paid the certain amount of money, because it depends on how close you are to the bride or the groom, the amount of money you pay. I believe, but it was really nice. It looked really cool.
Sorority girls have the ideal bridesmaid skill set. They're already accustomed to having a packed social calendar full of dozens of themed events with very specific dress codes. Who else could be better suited to organize a massive group of girls, coordinate matching outfits, and these girlies are primed for wedding theatrics. You need someone to hype up the crowd, start the dance floor, maybe chant in a circle, anything for the sisterhood. Anyway, essentially that is the fantasy of the ideal bridesmaid group, right? The girl gang that everybody wants. Though not pictured in this fantasy is the falling out you had with a girl that you had to fire from being a bridesmaid, and the $1,500 of debt that each of your girlies had to rack up on their credit card.
That's true. That's true. I don't know how I would handle that. Like, like, because like when it comes to being a bridesmaid or being so involved in like a wedding or an event of any kind, and you have such a massive amount of responsibility on you, I feel like it's a really good place in order to I think it's a really good situation for friendship breakups. Because not everyone can withstand the pressure. Not everyone can really have the patience or understanding of like people, if that makes sense. Like how do I explain this? I think there needs to be understanding on both sides, like whether you're the bride or a part of the bridal party, because again, as a bride, I feel like you need to not like become a bridezilla. let's be real, please don't do that. But on the other side, it's like, okay, well, it is their wedding day, it's a lot of stress. Maybe they don't necessarily mean what they mean because XY reasons, so we can at least have some semblance of like not demonizing someone for making a mistake, as long as they like, apologize and things like that. So when it comes to these high stress situations, I think there's a lot of times where friendships end up breaking off or bad blood is sown, right?
Now let's get into, how do you actually pick your bridesmaids? Your groups can be co-ed, you can have people of all genders, but in this video for brevity, I will be referring to brides and bridesmaids. Whether you've been asked or you're selecting your own, picking bridesmaids brings up so many complicated feelings. And again, it really highlights how complex female friendships are. It's worth noting, men don't seem to be agonizing over their groomsmen or planning their batch parties. Most literally don't have a clue what is going on with the wedding until they show up that day. But honestly, so much of wedding planning involves making a list of all the people who are important to you and then trying to decide who makes the cut. And it feels really brutal. Like, picking bridesmaids feels like bringing back the MySpace top 8. For those of you who did not experience it, just imagine, no worries, we need you to publicly declare who are your best friends in order, and then have your friends do that about you. It was a time. Okay, maid of honor will be my sister. Boom. Then I've got to have my sister-in-law, my closest girlfriends right now, childhood besties. I haven't talked to them in a while, but I love them, always. My old college roommate, she's so fun. Oh, I promised my big she'd be a bridesmaid. Okay. And I was also in my coworker's wedding, which was kind of random, but maybe she'd expect to be picked? That's fine. And what about my cousin? Well, she got married a couple years back and she didn't pick me, so, In theory, this should be really fun. Think of all your favorite people and you get the exciting opportunity to ask them to be part of this with you, but very quickly you can spiral. You're thinking about old friends, new friends, people you might feel obligated to include for one reason or another.
It is time to officially outlaw the obligation bridesmaid. It's Rachel from elementary school that you haven't seen one-on-one in over a decade, or the fourth girl in your friend group who you're not actually friends with one-on-one. If the crux of your reasoning is either obligation, length of friendship, or guilt, then no.
It's so easy to start overthinking, but also, is it overthinking? Because a lot of people take this very seriously.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair because, like, when it comes to inviting anyone for an event, I think you should always. Maybe there's like a, I don't know. How would you guys decide? Like, for me, it would boil down to like friend groups. So like representatives from every like friend group of my life, depending on like if I'm actually still friends with them or how close I am to them, things like that. There's definitely people who are part of my life who I do enjoy talking to or having the occasional conversation, but I don't necessarily would think that it would warrant like inviting them to like a huge stuffy event like this, right? But I think prioritizing first, inviting people who are currently in your life is a good start because they're in your life. Because it gets really uncomfortable when you think about, oh, well, this person, I haven't seen them in like 8 years, or I haven't talked to them in like 4 years. And you're like, is it because of me, or is it because of like situationships and things like that? It could be like anything, honestly. When it comes to not talking to friends or not necessarily having the same amount of time you used to have, right? Coin toss, god damn it, Snowman. Snowman's like, good luck, everybody.
So I was in a sorority. A lot of conversations when you're in a sorority, i.e. when you are 18 years old to 22, you are making promises to girls that you just met, that you go into like really intense relationship with. You're making these promises of bridesmaid. You're my future bridesmaid. You're my future maid of honor.
You could break some hearts or ruin some friendships if you don't pick certain people. Kitchener wrote, even people who weren't invited to the ceremony will observe the group, who's in it, but also who's not. By asking someone to be a bridesmaid, you seem to be making a clear investment in the future of the relationship. If you leave close friends off the list, you worry that might send the opposite message. In a few years, I'm not sure you'll be around. But before we continue, this portion of today's video is sponsored by Opera. Opera is The process of selecting bridesmaids almost inevitably involves insecurity, comparison, complicated group dynamics, and maybe even some jealousy. And all of this isn't helped by the fact that, of course, each bride makes their selections on different criteria, which can lead to mismatches or unrequited bridesmaidship.
Hello, Hayes.
Oh my god, we haven't even gone into that, right? Like, because for me personally, if I was ever invited to be part of a bridal party, regardless of like if it was for the bride or the groom, I would have to be really, really good friends with them. Like, like I had to be like best fucking friends, bro. Because okay. For me, I hate to involve myself with a lot of people who I don't know. And this is not me judging them and thinking that they're horrible people, etc., etc. It's more of just like, I don't want to be there for the fallout because I know that this is going to be a very stressful situation. Tensions are just naturally going to run high. There's going to be talk about money. There's going to be discussions about who should rank where, things like that. So for me, I'd rather just opt out. I'm like, yeah, no, just send me an invite. I probably won't go, but you know, you can send me an invite. That's fine. I wouldn't want to be invited to be anything because I also can't hold my tongue when it comes to a lot of like disagreements. So I would just add fuel to the fire. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
One of my best friends invited our entire friend group to be bridesmaids except for me. She wants me to do everything else with them, like get ready on the day of the wedding and go to the bachelorette, but I'm beyond her and feel so left out. Do I suck it up and join them, or do I reevaluate the friendship? These are the questions that I'd ask myself before making a decision. Did I expect to be a bridesmaid because of our current individual friendship? Or did I assume I'd be a bridesmaid because I'm one of the girls? How do I feel in this friend group outside of this situation? Do I feel left out often, or is this an isolated incident? Also, like, what's the big deal, really? Sure, I feel left out, but can I stand to feel left out sometimes? I think the answer to that has to be yes. Ask yourself those questions and be honest with your answers.
For some, this process is so hard because they have so many beloved friends, sisters, cousins. They don't want to leave anyone out. But for other brides, they have the opposite problem. Not enough friends, or not enough that they consider bridesmaid level.
I am not going to be having any bridesmaids. It's not because I don't want them, like I would love to have bridesmaids, but I don't have any bridesmaid level friends.
I feel like people don't really talk about the struggle of bridesmaids when you don't really have a solid group of friends. I've never really been a part of a friend group. I'm always the one that's left out.
You know who I don't relate to? Those girls that have a hard time narrowing down their bridesmaids and like who they're gonna ask.
I don't have 10 bridesmaids.
Yeah, especially when you're mixing so many different groups of people, it can go bad really fast. Like, oh, you have your childhood friends, you have your friends from university, you have your friends from when you lived in that odd state, you have your friends currently now, and then you have even your online friends or people who you made connections that you're not necessarily the closest to. So, or like physically, if that makes sense. So it's a little melting pot of like, will these people get along, or am I going to have to like manage them in some sense of way or whatever. For me, the way that I see it has always been like, it can be stressful, but for the most part, I think friends will put up with other people or each other in order to make you happy, if that makes sense. Because that's what I would do. I would just be like, if I don't like someone and they're a part of like the group, I would just shut the fuck up. I'm like, it's what? It's a couple meetups before the wedding, and then it's the wedding, right? It's not as though you're gonna be seeing them constantly for like a year or something. So like, it's fine to just bite your tongue and like make sure that the person's having a great time.
That are gonna get up there and talk about how long they've known me and talk about all of these stories, because a lot of my friends are more recent.
Like, Cameron already has 4 more groomsmen than I have bridesmaids. Like, at this point, I'm taking applications.
I found this really interesting and very relatable. I have talked about feeling like I didn't have enough friends, or at least not enough friends in the nearby area. My friends are scattered all across the country, which is really painful. We are still in a loneliness crisis, and it is incredibly common for adults to struggle to make or keep friends. And on one hand, like, it shouldn't really matter. You don't have to have bridesmaids or a wedding party at all. So can't you just opt out? But again, for many women dreaming of their perfect wedding, the bridesmaids feel like an essential part. Without bridesmaids, will I feel loved and supported? Who am I going to turn to throughout this process? And many worry, if I don't have bridesmaids, how's that going to look? Am I going to seem like a friendless loser?
And I've been to all these weddings where I've seen these people have all these friends make speeches, and every time I see that, I just think to myself, I don't have that.
It used to make me feel so ashamed and embarrassed to the point where I wanted to just elope so I could avoid that whole situation.
There's a real shame in not having enough close female friends, especially within the wedding sphere, which tends to be very focused on this specific vision of like hyper femininity and your girl gang. Some people even think that A woman who doesn't have enough girlfriends must be toxic. She's not a girl's girl. This is proof that she's a problem. And sometimes that can be true, but it's a very hurtful stereotype.
Not everyone has friends. Friendship is very situational. Women are at very different places in their 20s and 30s. Some are very focused on career, some on family, some on hobbies, some on just staying alive. All of those things affect who you're exposed to, who your potential friends can be, and it's not some kind of inherent character flaw in a woman if she doesn't have any friends.
There are even bridesmaid for hire services, which at first I found like shocking. I was like, why would someone want to pay for someone to stand up there and pretend to be their friend? That's weird. But often I guess their job is more like handling the bureaucratic logistical parts of a bridesmaid. Like literally they're the professional bridesmaid. They're kind of like a wedding coordinator disguised as a bridesmaid. All right, whatever.
I'm a professional bridesmaid for hire. Just because you don't have friends doesn't mean you have to miss out on experiences like having a bridesmaid. If this is you, DM me.
But again, it does make me sad for the people who do hire bridesmaids just for the appearance, just to maintain that illusion that they have more friends. It makes me sad that they feel that that's necessary. Anyway, some brides do end up picking bridesmaids for less than ideal reasons, such as wanting the right number of bridesmaids, whatever that is, or to have an even number compared to groomsmen for fairness and balance in the photos.
I can't even think of 3 people, and my fiance has like 9 people, and I need the numbers to be even when we walk down the aisle. Then she's just picking on anyone.
I definitely think that picking bridesmaids you are not really close with is much worse than having no bridesmaids. And that's not to say that having no bridesmaids means you have no friends or no close friends. People choose to opt out of bridesmaids or wedding parties for all sorts of reasons, and it's only becoming more and more popular to not have them. But yeah, being a bridesmaid is a really big commitment, and that's gonna weigh even more heavily if that bride isn't someone that you care deeply about. And that definitely sets the groundwork for regret or resentment, slacking off, because you're like, I don't even know this girl. I don't want to do all that. And that brings us to the demands of being a bridesmaid. I'm sure we have all heard plenty of complaints regarding the demands of being a bridesmaid, or maybe you've experienced it yourself, potentially many times over. This has become a very popular topic on TikTok, Reddit, other bridal websites and forums, and it makes sense. As life continues to get more stressful and more expensive, I definitely do not blame bridesmaids for venting about the ever-increasing costs and expectations. And honestly, a lot of this applies to just wedding guests in general. It can be a bittersweet thing to be invited to so many weddings, to have so many friends. On one hand, that's great, but also it's a lot of time and money. Being a bridesmaid in one wedding will require major investments of your time, money, energy, and emotional labor. It's likely to cost US bridesmaids at least $1,500 on average and multiple days of PTO, if you're lucky enough to get paid time off. Jaya Saxena wrote, "The difficulty in being a bridesmaid comes in being at once an emotional support and a prop. You must act out your friendship in prescribed ways, wearing a certain outfit, being at particular events before the wedding, and in general prioritizing a day that has nothing much to do with you. And though modern couples love to say you just have to show up and stand there, even that is work. After organizing and attending various events, plus the wedding, your job is to simply stand up at the altar and look pretty. But not too pretty, don't upstage the bride. And then, at the end of the night, you're leaving the party in your otherwise unwearable polyester dress. And hopefully, just hopefully, your friendship is still intact. God, that is bleak. Why does anyone do this?" Danielle Cohen wrote, "Really, being a bridesmaid is kind of miserable. It makes your friends' annoying habits seem like fatal character flaws. In many cases, it will stretch, warp, twist, and pummel your relationship within an inch of its life." So now I want to dig into one of the most hated, most controversial parts of modern wedding culture, the bachelorette party. Back in the day, a typical bachelorette party would be one night. You go out with your girls, you go to dinner, you get some drinks, maybe you go...
It's not one night anymore? Wait, it's longer? I guess like some people do a week maybe.
dancing, you have fun, maybe some penis heart-shaped straws are involved. The friends all offer to pay for the bride. We've got your drinks. Great. It's not a huge investment for anyone really, just a fun night out. Then expectations continued to evolve. You know, some couples would choose to have a joint celebration, just combine the bridesmaids and the groomsmen, have one fun night together. Cute. Or again, of course, you can choose to opt out and not have a bachelor or bachelorette party at all. Many consider it to be the last hurrah. You've got to celebrate being single before you're in chains. I love heterosexual marriage. Don't get me started on that. But again, it's not required, okay? Over the years though, and with the help of social media, the celebrations have gotten more and more extravagant. The expectations have now grown so bloated, a proper bachelorette celebration is gonna end up being a 5-day vacation.
Your bridesmaids, your maids of honor, they don't want to go on your destination bachelorette party. They don't want to go to Nashville. They don't want to go to Florida. They don't want to go to Palm Springs. Don't plan an expensive trip that nobody wants to go on.
So now getting to this big batch trip, again, involves taking time off work. You've got to pay for your flight to get wherever. Could be domestic, could be abroad. The girlies are gonna get an Airbnb. They're gonna go on the party bikes. They're gonna drink. They're gonna wear matching shirts and bathing suits and theme nights and silk robes. We're gonna drink. We're gonna decorate everything so cute. We're getting bottle service. Traditionally, the bachelorette party is the responsibility of the maid of honor. They're supposed to plan and coordinate everything so that the bride doesn't have to deal with a thing. She can focus on the wedding. The maid of honor is getting the girls together, asking everyone, coordinating, handling budgets, collecting money. And this can be a problem because sometimes you're friends with the bride, but you don't even know the maid of honor. Maybe you haven't even met yet, and suddenly this girly is in charge. And they can be a good or bad leader, you know? Some are great and they send out the questionnaires and the spreadsheets and they try to be considerate of everyone's budgets and they make sure everything's good before they book. Other people plan up a whole trip and then just send you one massive Venmo request and you had no idea what you were even getting into.
One of my childhood best friends is getting married this summer. When the topic of the bachelorette party came up, I informed the bride that I would not be able to spend more than $1,500 at the absolute most.
So this bridemaid tried to, you know, let the bride know that she has a budget. She offered some lower cost options. Can we shorten the trip? Can we choose a cheaper Airbnb? The bride said, nope, we're doing this. It's 5 days, Charleston, let's go.
The flight $500, the Airbnbs $500 each. With the added cost of food, drinks every day, as well as a rental car, Ubers after drinking, fun experiences, etc., it would be well over my limit.
5 days?
Let me just finish this
Fuck
question.
you. Who has 5 days to go celebrate someone?
I agree. 5 days.
5 days, guys. Oh, God.
Even my best dear friends, I am just so conscious of their own lives and schedules that I would feel terrible demanding that everyone comes to hang out with me for 5 days. Okay, 3, 4, okay, that's a long weekend. Maybe you've got to take a day or two of PTO. That's still a big ask, okay? 5 days, too much.
Say no. Say no. Like, just because that's what the bride wants,
I just
say
like the
fucking
audacity
no.
of the bride
Just,
to ask
it's
that.
not even that though, because the bride should be able to do whatever the fuck she wants. It's her wedding, but you can't expect everyone to say yes.
I agree. The audacity of the bride. I'm like, of course, in theory, you can say no. And you should say no if you're not up for it or you can't afford it. But it is really hard to say no. Again, you're a bridesmaid. The bride wants you there. You're an important person. You don't want to disappoint your friend, but also, like, you probably still do want to be involved. You would like to attend some kind of a batch celebration. It sucks to miss out. So it's not that clear cut. And for a lot of people, they worry that if they say no, even if they're honest and say, I'm so sorry, I can't make it, I can't take time off, I can't afford it, that the bride will still be hurt and the bride will still feel like they're not prioritizing this, they're not prioritizing their friendship. Again, I think that's wrong. But
after me not attending her bachelorette, that was the beginning of the end of our friendship. The whole bridesmaid crew iced me out. I text them, do you guys need help with planning? Would love to still be involved. I'm so sorry I can't be there, but like that was it. It was a wrap.
I think easier than forcing that person to say no would be for the bride to make their own considerations or accommodations to make sure that it's more doable for everyone.
If you don't tell me why you're upset and you just start icing me out because I cannot attend something because you invited me last minute, are we really friends? Are you really taking my life, my finances into consideration to go to something of yours last minute that requires me to take time off work, fly, pay money?
Communication is crucial, and this is a big theme in what makes so many friendships fall apart during weddings. And I do kind of push back on the idea that, like, oh, it's a bride, it's her day, it's her party, she can do whatever she wants. I don't know, in a lot of my wedding planning, yes, I chose things that I wanted, but I did put a lot of time and consideration, my husband and I. We thought a lot about making sure our guests were happy and comfortable and well fed, and that the schedule worked for them and that they would enjoy it.
So I'm going out of the country, I'm going to a resort, and all of my friends are working corporate jobs. I'm not. I am an influencer. And I knew from the very beginning that, like, because I wanted to go to a resort and out of the country, I would be paying for the resort, the room and board, and the all-inclusive fee. And all I'm expecting from the girls coming is for them to cover their flights, and I cover everything else.
Because she wanted to do this, but she also was cognizant and wanted to make it accessible for each friend. And I think that's wonderful. Again, especially if you can afford to do this, you absolutely should consider it. Not everyone can afford to do that, of course. Wedding planning in itself is very expensive. But at the very least, again, number one is that you should be so considerate of your friends' budgets. At the very beginning, before anything is booked, you need to send out, again, spreadsheets or questionnaires to get a sense of everyone's budget, maybe even do it anonymously so that people don't feel weird about it. And then people should still, regardless, be able to opt in or out based on what the final proposal is.
Because it's a huge lift for them. They are going to be traveling for my wedding, traveling for my bridal shower, traveling for my bachelorette, and I'm sure like they're going to be wanting to buy new things for all of these things. So that's the least that I can do because I'm expecting them to come to a different country.
Right, it is the least that she can do, and it's funny how like refreshing it is to hear brides acknowledge this, like how much work it is, how much it requires from their friends. Again, that should be the bare minimum. You would think that every bride would be considerate, but there are just so many examples, especially online, of these like nightmare brides or bad friends who are so wrapped up in their own perfect day that they stop thinking about their friends at all.
Too often it's happening where they do expect everyone to say yes. So yes, that is the...
I agree, because when it comes down to like doing group trips or anything like that, you gotta have like the consideration of, you know, people who are not financially able, right? Where it also shouldn't be a, oh, well, if you can't go, then fuck you then. Like, bro, come on. Because I feel like when it comes to friendship is like, unfortunately, one of the biggest, like, I guess, oversights, if that makes sense, where people don't necessarily treat friendships in the same vein as any other relationship, if that makes sense. Like, for example, they don't necessarily value friendship the same way, where for me, friendship is very important to me. Like it's very very important to me. I don't necessarily like becoming friends with a lot of people who like for example, for me, my standards for friendship has gotten higher over the years just because of like experiences and things like that, right? But it's also something that I actively think about, like, oh, am I being a good friend, talking to these people, or like making sure that I'm still in my friends' lives regardless of what stage of life I met them in. And I don't think many people really do that because, you know, for the most part, people focus on family, people focus on like relationships, but, you know, I think friendship's like pretty much the first one that goes, which makes sense, but it is sad to see because friendship is only valued when you're down, if that makes sense. Whenever you're feeling upset, whenever you're feeling tired, whenever you need support, that is when friendship matters the most to people, or even matters at all. When friendship should always be like a thing in the background, if that makes sense. Like, it's not something that should only be called upon when things are bad. I think that you should be talking to your friends, you know, relatively regularly, whatever that makes sense for you, whether that's yearly, whether that's monthly, whether that's weekly, daily, I guess. Whatever semblance of that being normal for you, it should be a priority to some extent. Obviously you can't do this for everyone, but at least having that, I guess, talk or being on the same page. Where for me, I'm very apparent about how I don't necessarily have friendship decay. Like, hey, if we haven't talked in like 2 years and you hit me up and you're like, hey, what's up? I'm like, oh, yo, bro, what's up? How's life? How's it going? It doesn't necessarily bother me, in a sense. However, I know for many other people it can. So it's just that.
The bride's problem and they need a personality check and they need some self-awareness. Yes, the bride can do whatever she
Howdy,
wants.
thank
Her
you.
wedding, cool, okay?
Howdy, thank you, Queenie. Thank you.
But to me, I'm like, I think that's sad that we have gotten to the point where that matters more, of having this crazy, expensive trip, and that is more important than making it accessible for the people that we thought were important to you and that you really wanted there.
I totally agree, and I love this point. Again, wouldn't you prefer that whatever your trip or your party ends up being, that most or all of your friends are actually able to make it to be there? Is that not the best part of the celebration?
Why would I ever think about having my bachelorette in a place or doing things that some of my most favorite people can't even come and enjoy with me? Bachelorette is about celebrating the bride, but it's even more so about celebrating the friendships that have been established throughout the years. If you're not planning your bachelorette thinking about the people that may or may not come based on their own situation, then I'm sorry, but you are selfish, and you are a selfish friend. Rather, why wouldn't you make it easier for them to attend?
Absolutely, 100%. Again, I think this is where like it's so easy to like kind of lose your mind during wedding planning. There's a lot of decisions, a lot of costs, and it's overwhelming, and you want to make your day great. But I think it is important, especially for brides and couples, to check themselves and be like, hey, reminder again, what is our goal from this day? Again, do we want to celebrate our love? Sure. We want to celebrate with the people we love, because that's a big part too. Don't get lost in the sauce of social media and the image of what you want to portray. That's just like so empty and so sad. Who cares if you have a great photogenic bachelorette party that's like you're flexing on everybody, if you're gonna ruin your friendships in the process? And I know I'm putting a lot of the hate on the brides right now. It does go both ways when it comes to all of these bridesmaid to no longer speaking pipeline. Friendships being ruined from wedding planning can happen, you know, the fault of the bride or the fault of the friend, the bridesmaid, or a little bit of both, okay? So it's not that brides are always the monsters here, but usually they have.
What in hydration? Thank you. I guess that's why my friend group love having me around, because I'm the friend that's always there. Yeah, that's fair, 100%. You know, as long as there's a balance in a sense for friendships, I don't see it as I see it as a good thing, as long as it's like balance, if that makes sense. Because you know, when it comes to friendships, it's very easy for that to be like the first thing to go, or the first thing to crumble, especially when it comes to like family or relationships or anything like that, career, etc., etc. That's why I do encourage people, if you do have friends and you feel as though you're not necessarily there for them, just try it out. Like, try reaching out or talking to them, even if it's like a small hi or anything like that. It does really go a long way. Like, it truly does. Thank you for the head pats.
Have like more of the power in this dynamic, so that can play a role. Sexena wrote, wedding magazines and Pinterest usually don't include price tags, which warps how we think a wedding should look and what's realistic for those involved. Suddenly, spending thousands of dollars on a friend's wedding becomes normal, and you're the villain for complaining. That's the thing, is like now it's like everyone knows that like being in a wedding, being a bridesmaid is expensive, so now we kind of think like, well, that is what it is. Like, it's gonna cost me at least $1,500, maybe $2,500, maybe more. And you're just like, well, that's the price. Just like with everything, inflation is real, and if I want to do this, I simply have to spend that. It's like, well, yes, there will be costs too, like being a bridesmaid and being in a friend's wedding, even just being a wedding guest can be pretty pricey. But again, especially as these bachelorette trips have gotten so huge and so expensive, a lot of people are simply not interested in them anymore. Many bridesmaids are saying, no, I have to draw the line. I am not going on your 5-day trip. I'm sorry, I love you. I hope this doesn't ruin our friendship, but I'm out.
I'm having a hard time understanding the bachelorette trip slander right now, because I feel like bachelorette trips are the epitome of all things girlhood. You get to have like those sleepovers you had when you were a little girl, and you get to stay up late and giggle. You get to have those pre-games from undergrad where you go over to your best friend's house and you get to do your hair and makeup together. You get to go out to a nice dinner, have a nice cocktail. So it's all the best things of girlhood wrapped into one trip. What is there not to like? Maybe, just maybe, you're not a girl's girl.
I found this TikTok so interesting because, like, again, hate the whole girls girl discourse. You're not a girls girl if you have any criticisms of bachelorette trips. What? There are plenty of real, valid reasons that people complain or struggle to go on bachelorettes or pay for them. Like, yes, of course, most people love the thought of spending quality time chilling with their girls, having fun, like, yes. But again, reality is not that simple, especially as you're an adult with jobs and responsibility and budgets. It's not as simple as wanting to chill with the girls. Like, real life comes into play. That does not make you not a girl's girl. Continuing on, the unique pressures of batch trips.
There is something about the wedding planning process, group trips, hen dos, that acts as a catalyst for the destruction of long-term friendships. It often comes down to mismatched expectations and oftentimes high-intensity situations revealing issues that have been there for years and years.
First of all, traveling is hard, period. Even if I'm with my best friend or my partner who I love more than anything, it is so easy to get on each other's nerves, especially if your travel style is not aligned. Or like, again, you're tired, you're grumpy, your flight's delayed, you're exhausted, you're jet lagged. People are gonna be snappy from the start, okay? Especially if you haven't thoroughly communicated what your expectations are. Like, for one person, they might be a type A traveler. They want to maximize efficiency. They want everything planned. That's how they're gonna have a good time. And they might assume everyone travels that way. Or you might be a type B traveler who's very chill, go with the flow. Like, you don't want to be overscheduled. You want room for flexibility and changes. You might assume everyone travels that way. These two people on the same trip, they can work together if you make compromises, but a lot of times you're gonna end up with conflict and people are gonna be feeling really misunderstood and disrespected. And again, you're on this trip trying to have fun, but instead you're getting angry and frustrated.
And I don't think either way of looking at life is wrong. It's just different and has strong potential to cause major rifts. Because if one party feels like, oh, my friend doesn't care about me, that's why she's not doing all these things, and then the other party feels like my friend doesn't understand me or is only thinking about themselves, and these are like deep issues that are really difficult to navigate and untangle.
Now, group trips are even harder, okay? That little dynamic of like two buddies or partners traveling. Imagine that with 5 girls, 10 girls, 15, 20. Some of these batch trips are massive and sound like a nightmare. You have all the typical stressors of traveling, plus now you're with a group of your friends' friends who you might not know very well or at all. And again, the bigger the group, the more different attitudes and preferences you have, the more potential for conflict. It sounds like a nightmare. Another weird element of like especially the bachelorette trips is how corporate and cold the communication can end up being during wedding planning. And there's a very fine line between like being organized, which is really great and necessary in these group situations, but weirdly, the more organized and kind of professional things feel, the less like personal and friendly it feels. Like the language of being fired or demoted from being a bridesmaid, I'm like, again, maybe we're thinking about this in too corporate of a way. Remember, these are your friends. These are like your loved ones. Cohen wrote, a friend of mine felt gratified when her best friend asked her to be a bridesmaid. She and the bride had always loved chatting about clothing and events, and she'd fantasized about the creative role she'd get to play, sampling fabrics and deliberating over necklines. But she says, it just felt like labor. I didn't feel like I was hanging out with my friend at all. Instead, she would get clinical group texts about what dress to buy and where to show up. On the wedding day, she arrived at 7 a.m. to wait 4 hours for her hair and makeup to be done, and without warning, she was charged $500 for it on Venmo the following day. I think that really summarizes it well, where like, again, the role of bridesmaid does involve work. It is labor. It's this dual thing of like emotional support and you're a prop. You're honored to be there, but you're also paying for the honor to be there. And so ideally for the people you love the most, you would do anything for them. You're happy to do all this work and the labor and the cost and everything. But again, when you're feeling disrespected or you're not feeling heard or you're not feeling that close, you're like, I'm doing all of this. I put in all this time, energy, and money for you, and I just feel like shit. I feel like an exploited employee. And again, I'm not getting paid for this. An exploited volunteer. So now, as a bridesmaid, you are probably gonna end up spending more money than you wanted to or planned to. That situation is the perfect breeding ground for anger, resentment, stress. Suddenly, again, you're annoyed at your friend for putting you in this situation. You want to be having fun, but you're not. You're like, oh my god, I just spent $1,500 on this trip and I'm hating every second of it. That's when people start to reassess and they're like, damn, is this person really even my friend? Are we even compatible? Their friends are annoying. This whole situation situation sucks. Why are we doing this? And finally, we get to the pipeline, the bridesmaid to friendship breakup pipeline.
Does anybody else feel like the bridesmaid / maid of honor curse is so true?
The bridesmaid to friendship breakup pipeline needs to be
Bridesmaid
studied.
at someone's wedding to never
speaking again pipeline. I'm gonna chime in. I have been a victim and a perpetrator.
It's crazy how many stories you can find online of people talking about, you know, friendship breakups that come out of a wedding, whether you are getting married or your friend is. Cohen wrote, on both sides, resentment, judgment, and shit-talking ensue. And by the wedding day, members of a bridal party often don't feel closer to the bride. They feel exhausted, taken advantage of, and sick of being told what to wear and where to go and how to act. Cohen continues, Kelly didn't think her friend's stinginess, her bossiness, or her insensitivity would have ever reached such gross proportions had Kelly not been involved in her wedding. Your friend's negative traits get amplified.
So I recently let go of an over 20-year-old friendship, even after spending around $4,000 for her overall wedding process because of the way that I was treated the day before, during, and after the wedding.
These women are up there with you, watching you get married. They're a huge part of the day itself, and then it's almost like the day happens, never see them again, never speak again.
You guys are already bad friends and you guys didn't know it, or these brides become someone else when they get engaged and start planning a wedding.
And I'm gonna speak on this as a former bride who never put up the group photos of the bridesmaids because I stopped speaking to almost half of them right after my wedding.
Oh my god.
Half is crazy. Half is crazy. What did you do? What happened? You lost half of your friendships? Yo, that's crazy. Oh my god. Also, have you guys seen those movies where they like go into detail about how like there's like unspoken secrets? Like, for example, those really catty like 2000 movies where they're like, oh my god, I can't believe you slept with the groom. You slept with the groom and he cheated on her 3 years ago, because they've been together for like 4. 3 years ago when they first started dating, you bitch. And then like they get into like a fight. It's crazy. I used to love watching those movies because like the way I would also be sitting there like, oh, ain't no way. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Over a wedding? Over a man who you're probably going to divorce in like 5 to 10 years, and you're gonna need that girlfriend back?
So let's get into some of these reasons of like why friendships tend to fall apart. There are a couple of main buckets. Number one, you're just not that close anymore. We often select, you know, lifelong friends, our childhood besties, even our college best friends. Brides tend to hope that this is gonna bring you closer. You're gonna get so many chances to bond and reconnect and be there for this major moment, but that ends up being the downfall. If you haven't been like actually close or in contact much in years, it's just gonna end up being awkward and highlighting how far apart you've become. This is not some magic bullet that can fix a friendship. If anything, again, it adds a lot of stress and pressure.
People are using the whole bridesmaid relationship to revitalize or artificially extend already dead friendships.
First of all, this whole TikTok from this creator, love her takes so often. But this specific point about trying to revive a dead friendship, I think is so true because again, you have that image of your ideal bridesmaids and you want the people who have been important to you throughout your life to be there. It feels right, but maybe that friendship is too far gone. And again, being in your wedding isn't necessarily gonna fix something that hasn't been supported, a friendship that hasn't been cared for and maintained. All of this can just highlight how much you've grown apart, which again is normal and it's natural. Maybe this situation just shows how different, you know, the stages of life you're in are, which are not like insurmountable. Friends can be at very different places, only if you care enough to really keep up with each other and to put in like all the consideration of like meeting each other where you're at. Reason number 2, high pressure situations reveal the cracks in the friendship.
All the wedding events and the bachelorette and spending time together kind of forces you to be in proximity, but it usually ends up revealing like some deeper seated issues within the friendship. Like you cannot ask someone to be there for you on your biggest moments and you don't even know.
I just saw your reaction, Snowman. Just like, hey, yo. No, exactly. It's crazy. It is so crazy, those old movies where they're like, you know, the secrets of the friendship.
What's going on in that girl's life. You don't know anything about her. That's crazy. And also very common.
And in these high pressure situations, maybe you eventually just realize, honestly, this person person is a bad friend. They're not the friend I need. They're not really there for me. They don't really care for me.
But then all of this other like lack of interest started happening, and all of those kind of like small comments added up, and I realized that maybe she wasn't the friend that I thought she was.
It took me being a bridesmaid to recognize that my old best friend was really not my friend.
And lastly, this is a big reason, perhaps your friendship fell apart because you dropped everything and everyone in your life for that man.
Women have been socialized to see friendship as the stepping stone towards the real relationship, which is their relationship with a man. Even queer women, when they're not in relationships with men, still fall victim to this patriarchal conditioning because not pictured in a U-Haul story are their friends and family who haven't heard from those two girls in God knows when.
This is unfortunately an incredibly common thing where women, especially in long-term relationships, just neglect their friendship.
Nah, it's really bad. It's really bad, especially the friendship thing, because I cannot tell you guys how many times in my life where some of my girly pops, right, will get into a relationship and then completely forget everyone around them. Which I understood this more and was more understanding when this was happening as, like, say, for example, in high school or in like the first few years of university. But after that, I'm like, guys, come on, we gotta lock in. come on. You cannot just keep thinking that your friends will be there for you no matter what if you don't actually invest any time or support in them. And I've seen this throughout my life currently, even to this day, where when it comes to friendships where I feel as though I'm not being valued or kind of being at all at any way, shape, or form being prioritized, then I don't necessarily see a reason why I should prioritize them, if that makes sense. But I think a lot of people kind of take friendships for granted, especially in this day and age. And at any age, honestly, like I'm not only talking about my friendships with like younger people that I know of, but also even people who are way older than me, where it's like, yeah, no, like if I'm not being valued or respected or like really checked up on or talked to, then I just don't necessarily think that we're friends. I don't necessarily go out of my way to really support those type of people and things that they do, because I just see the friendship as not really a friendship. And I don't think that's wrong. I think people have every right to do that. And especially for me, if I'm not being there and I'm not showing up for a friend, then I feel like they have every right to do the same thing to me. Like I wouldn't demonize them for doing that either.
They get in a relationship, they're dating a new guy, they're engaged, they're married, and they don't keep up with anyone anymore. They don't hang out with anyone anymore. They completely disconnect their friendships and put all of their time, energy, everything into that man. And again, this is part of the curse of like this version of heterosexuality where a man is expected to be the center of your universe.
Once they get in a relationship, the time that you would ordinarily spend with her, gone. All of her free time is to that man. We see women move to the ends of the earth for some guy. And now you don't really have people that fuck with you like that.
You ditched your friends, you dated this man for X number of years, you're engaged, now suddenly you're calling your friends again, you're saying, hey besties, what's up? And they're like, hey, we haven't heard from you in years, what are you up to? Hey, do you want to be my bridesmaid? I love you so much. Please be there for me. And it's like, again, a lot of these friends are like, yeah, we haven't talked much, but I am here for you. I want to be part of this. And then throughout the wedding process, it just still becomes clear this person is not willing to put the time and energy into you, the care. And sometimes this problem of ditching your friends, it simply happens again after the wedding. Wedding's over. After you are no longer useful to the bride, your purpose is done. This friend is not going to reach out to you until they're having a baby. And guess what? They expect you to be heavily involved again. And here we are for some very quick final thoughts. I don't have too many huge takeaways from this because again, every wedding, every friendship is so individual, so unique, but I think people need to get way better at communicating. I'm sure I'm guilty of this too, but like, my God, does wedding planning and all this friendship drama reveal how bad we are at just talking to people and being honest, setting clear expectations. A lot of people need to find and be better friends, okay? Again, a lot of us are really bad at actually putting in the work. Friendship should not be this passive thing that just continues because you've known someone for so long. And again, I've been guilty of this. It can be really easy to get wrapped up in your own life, your own stuff going on. But if somebody is important to you, you've got to put in the effort to reach out and try to keep up with them more and like make sure you're checking in on them. It's funny, I wondered in watching all of this, like, is this whole bridesmaid drama, like they're asking too much of me? Is this just an example of our current community crisis? You know, like we all want a village, but we don't want to be a villager. And I think sometimes that's true. Like this like paradox or like irony of so desperately wanting to be chosen to, you know, see that we're important to someone, but then we complain when that person needs us, when they ask something of us, when those things require time, energy, work, like it's inconvenient, it can be difficult. There's obviously like a balance to strike here, but I don't want to get too into that, like you don't owe anyone anything. It's like, yeah, we do. Like if anything, like our friends, we should be willing to put in the work and the effort for, but again, it's got to be a give and take. It doesn't have to be 50-50 all the time, but there has to clearly be shared love and care there for this friendship to work. But yeah, I think that's like a big contributor to why bridesmaids, bridal parties, wedding parties are going out of style. A lot of people just don't want to deal with all of these complicated dynamics, which is fair. And a lot of people are cognizant that they don't want to ask too much of people, even their closest friends. And I think, you know, that's a nice consideration. You don't have to be in the wedding party to be important to someone or to be a special part of that celebration. So like, I'm all for people questioning these traditions and figuring out what works for them, what works for their situation, what works for their friends and their loved ones. That's great. Weddings are so complicated. It's wild. I'm so glad my wedding is done. Even like this many years later, I'm like, my God, that was crazy. And like, we didn't even have like that over the top of a wedding. I didn't even have a bachelorette like trip or party. I actually got my girlies together for a little a high tea, and it was cute. We had little sandwiches, little tea. We got to chat for like 2 hours, and that was that. Because I didn't want to impose. Though now, I will be honest, I'm like, it would be really fun to go on a girls trip. In theory. I'm like, okay, I'll just wait until one of them has a bachelorette trip coming up, maybe. Or again, we can just go on a trip because we want to. You don't have to wait for weddings to do these things with your friends. That's also a big takeaway. We don't have to center all of our life's greatest, biggest, most special moments around official relationships. Again, celebrate and honor your friends and your people and yourself outside of these like typical constructs. It sucks that we think the only things we can celebrate are like graduations and then marriage and then baby. It's like, hey, there's a lot more. Throw a party.
No, exactly. Like it doesn't need to be something special for you guys to go and do something. Like it can even be something small. For example, my friends ended up doing we ended up doing a Halloween get together. I think that's something that I mentioned before, is that we watch Halloween movies every other year now. So it's not something that's like really big, but people can join in and come in and out, and it's just a movie, so it's not anything crazy. Also, hi Wendigo. Guys trip, let's go. No, exactly. Hanging out with the briskies. And I really do recommend having like friend trips and stuff like that, because for me, I didn't get a chance to do that. Like for me, I didn't necessarily have a really good friendship group, if that makes sense. Every time I was in a friend group, it fell apart horribly. Someone dated someone, or someone ended up dating someone who they were interested in, and it just imploded. Honestly, most of the time, a lot of the friendship groups that I was in. So I was never in a friendship group where we actually took a friend trip. I have taken trips with like single people. Like one time I took a trip to Chicago with one of my girly pops. I also took a trip to Jeju with one of my girly pops, or went to an island with 2 of my other girly pops. But I haven't done anything that's like a big friend group, or even just more than 3 people and went somewhere, if that makes sense. So I would recommend like doing that if you do get the chance, at least to have it as a memory or a memento, something like that. But yeah, no, that was a good video. I gotta find another one. Oh my god. Oh, this looks good. Actually, this looks really good here. Yeah, but hope you guys are doing well. We're just listening to YouTube videos as I work on work. I'm very close. I think all I gotta do is do the hair, and then like some detailing, like on the gold pieces, and then we should be done. I don't necessarily do backgrounds for these, so maybe I'll do like a waterfall or something in the background. I don't know. New rule, no dating in the friend group. No, exactly. Dude, it was so bad. Like my old college friend group, we ended up like we were friends with like the international students, and what ended up happening what ended up happening was the people from like my fellow Americans, my fellow Americans, uh dated the international students in our friend group. So it was like three of us and three of them, if that makes sense. And it got awkward. It got so awkward, especially when you're that young. We were like what, 18? Well, I was 18. My friends were like 20, I think. I was the baby. And what ended up happening was two of the people got into a relationship with the international students, and it crashed and burned really bad because I ended up leaving the friend group because tensions got high and I felt weird. So for me, I've always been the type of person that if I find something weird, I can't really stick around, because I'm either going to say something and it's going to be mean, it's going to be rude. I will either say something, or I just can't hide my displeasure. Because for me, when it comes to my facial expressions, it's very obvious when I don't like something. Even now, when you guys like listen to me talk, or like say someone breaks the rules, it's very clear that I am not happy. It's very clear whenever I'm annoyed, even just like using the voice, right? So it's 10 times worse when it's like IRL. So long story short, I ended up not liking one of the girly pops that my broski was dating, and because we were friends and she was a little bit weird to me and kept guilt tripping me about not talking to her all that much, or like being there for her physically when I was in class, and it got out of hand, and eventually it turned into I would listen to her talk about two of the students, and she was, well, I like this person's look, but I really like this person's personality. And if I could just smush them together, they would be the perfect boyfriend. And I was like, ugh, girly pop, I don't think that's a good thing to say. This is so awkward. Yeah, so I ended up dipping out. I was like, yeah, I'm out. And I think like a few months later, the complete friend group crashed and burned, because they both broke up with their respected partners, and then it got really awkward, and then I was also there for the aftermath. It was crazy. it was not a good time. And it continued to proceed. It continued to proceed the next year. It was really bad. Reap's going crazy with the eye. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to use more gradients. God damn it, Raccoon. Also, hi nephew. Hi. How are you? Here, let's listen. What did I pick a video? No, it refreshed. No, it refreshed. Damn it. Did I take a picture of it? Oh well. I will find another video. But yeah, especially when it comes to friend groups, it can be so tricky. It can be so tricky. Oh, there it is. They are really fun though. I will tell you, they are really fun. But I don't know. I kind of think, at least for me, I'm not necessarily like, as I've gotten older, I've kind of just realized that some experiences are just not for me, if that makes sense. When it comes to having friend groups, when it comes to being in a large friend group especially, I'm just not interested. Uh I'm really not interested, just because there's a lot of drama that goes into it. There's a lot of like, if you're not cool with everyone, then things go awry. I tried many times to be in like a friend group or to have a big friend group, and it just doesn't work out. Oh, thank you for the care package, bird. Oh my god, a skateboard. There we go. Well, I hope you feel better, Raccoon. I hope you feel better.
Guys,
It is not fun overthinking. All right, we're gonna listen to "Men Spend 65 Grand on 40 Dates." Wait, hold up. Hmm. Wait, I'm reading the comments. I'm reading the comments first before I start. Oh hell no. Never mind. This is a trap for political talk. Never mind. We'll find a different video. I just saw the comments and they kept saying a lot of political jargon, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not interested in watching that. That time I caught my ex cheating on me, so I went out into the hurricane and said he wasn't coming back until I forgave him. What? What? Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Um. Oh my god, people still talking about streamer university. Maggots? Oh, never mind. I saw that one already. The lady who was bouncing between apartments in New York City and blaming her roommate, and then it turns out that her roommate made a video about her and was like, "Yeah, this is not actually true." I was like, "Oh, that was crazy." Okay, what about this? I think this would be pretty interesting, actually. This is an hour-long video, so it should be the right amount of time for us to finish up. This is, let's see, save as. Okay, bet. So this video is Dark Academia is Devolving from Class Consciousness to a Character, a Deep Dive by Salted Latte. So I think this is interesting because I like the Dark Academia aesthetic. But I feel like there's an increased amount of people who like talk about it, if that makes sense. They're like, oh my god, I've been reading a dark academia book or whatever, or they're like, I enjoy dressing like dark academia because I'm like very smart or things like that. Which is debatable on a sense of just like, is it a fashion statement or is it a, I guess, signifier for identity concerning academics, if that makes sense. Like when people talk about dark academia, they're like, bring the academia back in dark academia, because there's a lot of people who only see it as an aesthetic, and I think people are forgetting the studying and working hard part of it. So I'm very interested in what they say about this, because my impression of dark academia has just been a clothing style, if I'm being honest with you. I never really associated dark academia as a semblance or a symbol of academics or intelligence or even knowledge. I've always seen it just as an aesthetic. So I'm very interested. Yeah, the amount of college friend groups that I had the same problem is wild. No, it's really bad. Wild YouTube name video. Yeah. All right, bet.
They're trying to rebrand dark academia as poet core, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. And that's what I want to talk about today. Hello, I'm Maddie, and welcome to Salted Latte, a place where I like to dissect and explore popular language and prose. By watching this, you're now considered a cool cat, so congratulations. If you're interested in that
Oh, hell yeah.
thing, I'd love it if you liked and subscribed. Also, make sure you stick around till the end of this video for the Writer Circle segment. Something brand new that I'm trying out over here, where you cool cats send in your writing and we talk all about it. Hold on a second. I'm just getting word of something.
Yo, if I could show the video, I would show you guys. It's a little cat. The cat's speaking to the microphone. This is so cute. That's so unique, actually. I've never seen someone do that before. Oh yeah, bet, Snowman.
What's that? They've been nominated? My goodness, yes, you have been nominated to join my Patreon. Congratulations. Head on over there. You can choose your cat and your price point. I've got 3 tiers to try and keep things as accessible for as many of you as possible. You'll get all these videos early and ad-free, and you'll also get the ability to submit your writing for our Writer Circle segment I was just talking about. And as more people join, I'd love to add even more perks like the group chat feature, so we can all talk about our writing projects and the books, TV shows, just whatever we're currently consuming. So the link for that will be in the description below. I feel like if you've been online or in the bookish space, especially online, for a while now, you've definitely heard of dark academia before. Maybe some of you even subscribe to the aesthetic. I mean, it is pretty cute, I'm not gonna lie. And that is a big reason why I'm so surprised to hear that something called poetcore is supposedly on the rise. Because don't we already have that? Isn't it pretty much the same thing as all these other academic aesthetics? Partly yes, but also poetcore has the chance to turn into something perhaps more revolutionary than the caricature that dark academia has become. Yes, a caricature, because in the very beginning, dark academia used to be more than your clothing choices. It's actually rooted in a pretty class-conscious text.
Also, can I just say the aesthetics for this video, top tier. Honestly, top tier.
We can't fully understand poetcore without first understanding its predecessor, dark academia, so what is dark academia? Where does it come from? The dark academia aesthetic is an internet subculture centered around the idea of reading, writing, and learning. And I'm choosing my words wisely here. I'm saying the idea of because, like I alluded to earlier, for many people, dark academia begins and ends with appearing as though you have a thirst for knowledge, not actually educating yourself. We will get into the details of that later on. Also, shout out to the Aesthetics Wiki site for archiving so many older posts and information about the origins of dark academia. That page is mostly what I'm going to be referring to in this section, so if you're interested in learning even more about this, I definitely recommend checking them out. A lot of visual cues and themes associated with dark academia you might be familiar with are as follows. We have tweed clothing, colors like brown, cream, navy blue, forest green, wine red, all the fall kinds of colors, gothic and romantic architecture, being a student, the act of studying, specifically studying subjects like language, literature, or other humanities pursuits, the natural landscape of states like Vermont and New England and all those East Coast areas in the fall time, typewriters or writing with ink and paper, reading and writing by candlelight while listening to classical music, dinner party book clubs, and most importantly, a strong association with Ivy League culture and leisure class culture. You get the idea. Basically the personification of the artsy, pretentious side of Tumblr, and Not saying that as a dig, I'm saying that because it is true. The dark academia aesthetic as we know it today is theorized to have originated on Tumblr in the 2010s with posts like this one. Quote, the holy trinity of dark academia is Kill Your Darlings, Dead Poets Society, and The Secret History. All three of these pieces of media mentioned here were largely influential to the rise of dark academia. Kill Your Darlings is a film based on true events about two young men studying poetry at Columbia University and then getting caught up in a murder mystery. The Dead Poet Society is a film about a teacher, played by Robin Williams, who's working at a New England boys' prep school, in which he uses literature and poetry to connect with his students and to give them a new perspective on life. Some people also cite the Harry Potter franchise as influential to the dark academia aesthetic, given that it is about people studying at a mystical school, and a lot of the films were shot at Oxford University, you know, its architecture and the fact that it's a fancy academic institution being aligned with the aesthetic. But The Secret History by Donna Tartt is perhaps the most important piece of media to dark academia, at least in the beginning it was. It's yet another story about pretentious liberal arts students being confronted with mortality. But what makes The Secret History unique is that it's intended to be a work of satire. Donna Tartt wrote this as a response to her own college experiences, being treated differently and outcast at points for not being a legacy or not being old money enough compared to the other students going there. The Secret History is a critique of wealthy academics and the ways in which they perform and reinforce their performance of wealth. Dark academia wasn't always...
That is so real. That is so real. I cannot tell you the amount of like okay, the way that I see it, right? The way that I see it is there is a huge, what do you call it? There's a huge connection to dark academia and wealth. I have always noticed this, but I think it like holds hand in hand with like old money. Exactly what she's saying, like the old money aesthetic, as well as like the look, the outfits, the comparison to old money wealth and new money wealth and things like that can be very similar to dark academia, or at least involve itself in the same circles. So I kind of see where she's coming from and talking about that, because it does seem like it's a status symbol, at least in like my eyes. If that makes sense.
Dark academia. At first, it was simply a niche Tumblr fandom for Donna Tartt and The Secret History. The fandom consisted mostly of text posts and sharing favorite quotes from the book. There were also a lot of mood boards and collage-style picture posts made to represent different characters and what they might look like in real life. Since The Secret History was only a book, posters would use stills from the films that I mentioned earlier, Kill Your Darlings, Dead Poet Society, and Harry Potter, to bring to life these imagined fictional characters. And it was through this medley of media references that we ended up with posts like the Holy Trinity of Dark Academia, because everything became so intertwined. As the years passed, dark academia continued to grow and evolve through these collage-style posts, transcending specific The Secret History references and morphing into generalized dark academia vibes. People who had never even heard of Donna Tartt were now forming online identities around this aesthetic. I think as dark academia shifted away from the Secret History fandom and into its own thing, the quote-unquote darker imagery got a bit more muted. It went from literal torture to the idea of a tortured writer, and from literal blood being spilled to the image of a glass of red wine tipping over. Unfortunately, that kind of thing happens all the time as a concept leaves its niche and becomes popularized. Dark academia's roots in class criticism faded away, ironically putting further emphasis on the romanticization of wealth through the fantasy of luxurious learning. Personally, I definitely get the appeal of dark academia. There is a lot of dark academia influence in my personal style. I love the color palette, and I just think conceptually it can be quite cozy and nostalgic. As someone who has spent a lot of time in libraries and other academic literary settings. But I do think it's important to point out that a lot of aspects of dark academia are not accessible to the average person, specifically the academia part of dark academia. It romanticizes the lifestyle of not just any student, but one of a prestigious university student. Also, a lot of the hallmark dark academia recommended classics to read in terms of literature and other writing are very European focused, like Mary Shelley, Oscar Wilde, the Bronte sisters, Shakespeare, Plato, Virginia Woolf, etc., etc. Thus, dark academia becomes very Anglo-Saxon, which makes sense given its likely origins. Kill Your Darlings and Dead Poets Society are films centered around a young white man's affluent academic experience, as is much of The Secret History. Even though the book is written by a woman, it is narrated by a man named Richard, and even though the book was written to be satirical, regardless of the author's intentions, it's clear that for many, that theme went right over their heads. So there are definitely critiques to be made about the dark academia aesthetic.
Oh my god. Thank you for the 10 bits, Shaber. Thank you. That deserves a big boom from me. Big boom.
That I didn't want to completely ignore when discussing this topic. Just feel like that would be irresponsible of me. Something that I find fascinating about dark academia is its ability to stand the test of time, unlike other aesthetic trends. It definitely has its ebbs and its flows, typically being more popular around the cooler months, specifically the fall season, where everybody wants to cosplay as Rory Gilmore for 3 to 5 business days. Dark academia also has several other offshoots, including light academia and romantic academia, which I'm not going to get super into here, but they are similar conceptually to dark academia without the darker undertones. Instead, they choose to focus on rosier, dreamier literature and media, and they opt for maybe a cream-colored turtleneck sweater instead of a navy blue one. But all of the academia aesthetics still have this prestigious undertone to them, since they're all coming from the same place. So, what is poetcore then? The first time that I stumbled upon poetcore was actually when I was researching for my whimsy video. Apparently every year Pinterest releases their Pinterest Predicts, which is a trend forecast for different categories based on what words and phrases that people are searching for on their website. Poetcore is number 3 on their list for 2026, so it seems to be up and coming. And Pinterest describes poetcore as, quote, aspiring authors assemble. In 2026, Gen Z and millennials will channel their inner protagonist with oversized turtlenecks, vintage blazers, and messenger satchels. Oh, and don't forget the fountain pen. Consider this your aesthetic MFA, no student loans required. I don't know who Pinterest forced to write this copy, but I do hope that they are paying you well as a consolation. Just from this blurb alone and also the accompanying photo, we can pick up on a lot of overlap between poetcore and dark academia in terms of visual representation. Turtlenecks, blazers, satchels, fountain pens, all of those are part of the dark academia look. And that last sentence alone shows how much we have strayed from the origins of the academic aesthetic. Consider this your aesthetic MFA. They're not even trying to hide the fact that it's not about actually reading and being educated anymore. As long as you look like a literature student, that's all that matters. I almost feel like they're trying to spin it as this accessible thing with the no student loans required part, even though accessibility is the antithesis to these academia looks because of the preppy culture they're rooted in. We could have used this as an opportunity to get people into poetry, which has been declining in popularity over the years. But instead, it seems like they're trying to spin it to be all about looking like you read poetry. Since Poetcore is so new, there isn't a ton of information about it like there is with dark academia. From what I could find via articles and social media posts, the general vibe of Poetcore seems to be this. Looks that are dreamy and romantic, yet also a little tortured and brooding. Berets, satchel bags, brown waistcoats, flowy linen blouses, ink-stained hands, leather-bound books, lace, reading and writing by candlelight, and colors like ivory, brown, beige, green, and maroon. Again, pretty similar to dark academia. And that makes sense. The aesthetic of the humanities student and the aesthetic of the poet do have a lot of crossover, although I think Poetcore is farther removed from student culture. Dark academia had an emphasis on the art of studying in a way that I don't think that Poetcore does right now. It's more about looking like someone interesting, someone who could write poetry, and less of someone who looks like they actually study poetry. There aren't specific references or lists of must-know literature associated with Poetcore like there is with the dark academia aesthetic. We've sort of lost that layer here. Whereas dark academia sells a lifestyle, Poetcore seems to be trying to also sell lifestyle, but it feels a little bit more diluted. I suspect because its early adopters don't really know what it's referencing in terms of not being well read in poetry or not knowing the history of dark academia. They're just hopping on to what they hope is the next big trend. Right now, it mostly revolves around fashion choices, but that could change later on down the line, just like how dark academia evolved, if Poetcore sticks around long enough for more people to become invested in it. And maybe I'm a little bit delusional, but I want to have hope for Poetcore. Even though Pinterest predicted Poetcore as a 2026 trend, we can see the movement begin to gain traction online as early as 2024, with posts like these making the rounds on TikTok. These kinds of shorts, I believe, are like the next iteration of the collage style posts from Tumblr that helped make dark academia more mainstream. In the 2010s, Tumblr was the place to be for fandom and aesthetic, and for a lot of fandoms it still is that place, but now in the 2020s, short form platforms like TikTok really dominate a lot of people's screen time. So I think it makes sense that the ways in which we share and connect with others via aesthetic communities changes as well. I mean, if we look at them side by side, they're essentially the same thing. Groups of artsy photographs and text quotes meant to curate a certain kind of vibe. Adjacent to Poetcore, TikTok also has a growing community of people who share poems by their favorite authors or who write and recite their own original works. The poetry hashtag is growing, having over 25 million posts under it, which I think is pretty impressive given the current state of poetry. And I want to take a moment to highlight some of these creators because I think
I do agree. I think TikTok especially had made me more interested in poetry because I've always seen poetry as a semblance of, or not semblance, a symbol of status in a sense. Where most of the time, whenever I hear anything regarding poetry, it has always been classical works or something with more of a stuffy suit origin, if that makes sense. Um, Especially when it comes to other cultures, I guess. Other countries and cultures, especially the time period. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I've seen poetry regarded as, oh, you are extremely knowledgeable because you've listened to this poem about this philosopher, or I don't know, some person who had this sort of idea, and you're able to truly understand it because you can remember the work from it. Where I'm like, no, I wouldn't necessarily mean that, but okay. Because there's always, especially when it comes to poetry and people who adore poetry, there is like an expectation for you to know certain I guess, poetry writers, where I'm like, I'm new here, dog. I don't know anything.
Actually engaging.
So what I mean is like having people who make poetry and share their poetry online, especially through TikTok and short form content, has made me see poetry as a more fun hobby, if that makes sense, or another way to express yourself other than physical artworks or um songwriting, if that makes sense, where you're not like it's purely just words instead of comparing it to song work where there's a lot more instrumentals, there's a lot more added zest, if that makes sense.
With poetry could be an important component to the poet core aesthetic, and I'm gonna do what I can to help normalize that. There's an account that I found called Olivia Poetess, and it's this woman named Olivia who sits out with her typewriter and she'll write mini poems for strangers on the street. And I think it's such a unique concept and a beautiful way to bring people together through the power of words. So I did want to share one of those videos with you now.
What can I write for you about? I've been in love with my partner for nearly 6 years, and it's just like the excitement of it, falling more in love with him every day. I almost wanted this as like a keepsake because I know we'll get married at some point in the future, so it's just like nice to have in this moment like the feeling I have of like just falling in love with him every single day.
Yeah.
And knowing it's going to be forever.
Yeah, a snapshot.
Yeah.
Shall I read it to you? I never knew love could wash over me like a rhythm, found in your pulse, the way you walk, even the way your gaze follows mine. And I trust each second this love will only widen, reaching further and farther than eternity itself.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you.
You're so welcome. A little typo. That's for you.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And here is another creator that I found named Ebony who does a mix of poetry and just general reading and writing content. But I liked this video of hers specifically because it is comparing two different poems, one by Mary Oliver and one by Rupi Kaur, to discuss what exactly makes a poem good or bad. Good poetry doesn't have to be complicated, but it does use the craft of language, even in its simplest form, to bring to mind a shared experience and also to ask you to think.
So, a lot of people are confused or trying to understand how people gauge what bad poetry is. I'm going to do a little deep dive. For example, I have this Rupi Kaur poem here, Fall in Love with Your Solitude. As you can see, very straightforward language, really not much here for the reader to work with. Okay, and this is the poem Wild Geese by Mary Oliver. Please pause to read it. This poem is very popular for...
Don't worry, I got you guys because you can't see it. I got you. Oh, hi, Emerald. Hi. All right, wild geese. You do not have to be good. You do not have to walk on your knees for 100 miles through the desert repenting. You only need to let the soft animal of your body love what it loves. Tell me about despair, yours, and I will tell you about mine. Meanwhile, the world goes on. Meanwhile, the sun and the clear pebbles of the rain are moving across the landscapes, over the prairies and deep trees, the mountains and the rivers. Meanwhile, the geese, high in clear blue air, are heading home again. Whoever you are, no matter how lonely, the world offers itself your imagination, calls to you like the wild geese, harsh and exciting, over and over announcing your place. And I can't read the last part because she covered it with text.
Very good reasons. I just wanted to use Wild Geese in relation
In the family of things
to the Rupi Kaur piece, because good poetry does not mean overly complex or experimental language. You can have language that is fairly conversational or accessible, but still convey a feeling or an emotion, or allow the reader to do a little work in interpreting or finding the relation to what the point of the poem is and what it's saying about the human condition or whatever the subject is. Of course, we all know that poetry is subjective and intensely personal, so each poem will hit someone differently. However, I will say that for poems in the style of Ruby Kaur or other works that we see on social media, I think a lot of people have an issue with them because they do very little to work with language in order to compound on a shared human experience. I know the running joke here is that these poems read as tweets with just random line breaks in them, and I don't fault people for having that perspective. However, I will say that I, for one, am not totally against this style of poetry because I do think that it introduces a lot of new people to the form, and it also makes it a little less intimidating. But when there are poems like Harlem by Langston Hughes that exist, it makes it hard to accept those in a category of good poetry or what poetry should be, the standard.
Let's see. Oh, they keep showing more poems. Okay. Harlem by Langston Hughes. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it sink? Oh, does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load. Oh no! Oh no! I clicked too far.
For objectives that exist, it makes it hard to
Oh, there you go. Or does it explode?
accept those in a category of good poetry or what poetry should be, the standards for poetry, because even here the language is pretty simple, but the reader does have to put in a little work to understand or to fully take away something from the poem. So that being said, I just think people call bad poetry bad because it's doing nothing with language.
So I'm going to link both of Ebony and Olivia's profiles down in the description, and I definitely encourage you to check them out after this video. Also, if you are interested in reading more poetry, I'd recommend visiting the Poetry Foundation website or the poets.org website as well. On both of their home pages, they have a poem of the day section where they feature a poem every day. You can also get them sent right to your email if you sign up for their newsletter, which I do believe is free. So, both Dark Academia and Poetcore share similar visual markers, but what they also share are similar historical influences. Let's circle back to The Secret History for just a moment. Remember that book? Well, aside from Donna Tartt's personal experiences with the collegiate elite, the story and its characters were also said to be heavily influenced by time periods like the Romantic era. Not so coincidentally, Poetcore also takes inspiration from Romanticism, especially Romantic poets like Lord Byron and Emily Dickinson, the way that they dressed with lace and collars and flowing blouses and scarves, the way that they wrote, and most importantly, the way in which they leisured. I'm not a historian, but I am going to try my best to give you a general overview of the Romantic era through the lens of literature with the help of sites like Poetry Foundation and poets.org. Romanticism was an artistic movement in the late 1700s and early 1800s that followed the Enlightenment era. While the Enlightenment era was all about reason and logic, Romanticism was focused on the natural world, passion, spontaneity, even a bit of whimsy perhaps. We don't know exactly what sparked the Romantic movement. Probably wasn't just one singular thing, but a lot of people do credit the Grimm brothers as one of the catalysts. Around this time, their stories got people more invested in folklore and books with more mysticism in general. Many artistic formats thrived during this time, and this is especially true for poetry. The Romantic movement and its ideals helped to shape much of what we recognize as poetry today, as a way primarily to express emotion and feeling, and it also helped to cement our idea of what a stereotypical poet is. Someone that's brooding with deep thoughts and deep feelings. Some Romantic era writers you might know are Walt Whitman, Edgar Allan Poe, Lord Byron, Percy Shelley, Mary Shelley, John Keats, Emily Dickinson, Victor Hugo. A few of these writers were close, like Lord Byron, Percy Shelley, and Mary Shelley. They would even vacation together sometimes, like with their trip to Geneva, where they spent their time writing stories to share with one another, Frankenstein being one of them, which then eventually helped to create my favorite type of genre, Gothic fiction. Side note, did you know that there are technically two versions of Frankenstein, one published anonymously in 1818, and then a revised edition published in 1831 under Mary Shelley's name? Should I do a video on the lore and the differences between the two? But I bring up the Geneva trip specifically because I think that it encapsulates a lot of what the dark academia and poetcore aesthetics are trying to convey. It's the lavishness, the decadence associated with vacationing in a mansion with all your artsy intellectual friends and spending the entire time crafting and discussing prose because you have nothing better to do with your time. You have little to no responsibilities. As we can see with its origins, I'd argue that both dark academia and poetcore, to an extent, have the opportunity to be a bit countercultural, just like the current whimsy movement does. It all depends on the level of depth with which the individual decides to engage in these aesthetics. Does poetcore begin and end with you putting on a trench coat and a beret, or are you actually interested in creating and consuming poetry? Are you interested in reading and writing, or do you just want to be perceived as some aristocratic intellectual? There is definitely a reason why this style is coming back into fashion at this point in history, during a time of pushing the hard sciences and tech like AI while also continuing to devalue the arts. The last time we saw a distinct resurgence of these literary and academic aesthetics was in 2020, likely as a means of coping with the impact that the pandemic had on education and educational spaces. I found an article from Rotinery. Not Rotinery. I found an article from Refinery 29 that talks about this a little bit from October of 2020 titled Meet Dark Academia, the bookish fashion trend that's all over TikTok. By that point, people had already begun returning to the physical classroom in some spaces, but it was clear that the landscape of traditional education had changed, perhaps forever in some ways. Quote, dark academia captures a kind of nostalgia for a life which is yet to be lived, Refinery 29 says. Pre-2020, that simply meant the romanticization of studying literature at particularly exclusive institutions like maybe Harvard or Yale. But after the pandemic, this sentiment took on an additional meaning for students now isolated and attending classes via a computer screen. Dark academia in this way became an escape, a way to reminisce on the regular educational experience students were missing out on. One person interviewed a dark academia creator named Lauren, which I can't find her socials anymore. I'm not sure if he's still creating, but in this article she says that, quote, the aesthetic is a way to make the most of your current situation. It appeals to her because there's something kind of mysterious and aloof about it. Studying classics at a university in a cobblestone town just seems outside of your run-of-the-mill experience, end quote. Many people needed to cling onto some kind of aesthetic as a means to survive this global trauma that we were all ironically experiencing alone in a lot of aspects. I think that's probably why we saw a lot of niche aesthetics trending in like 2020 to 2021, like that super saturated, almost deep fried look and the cow print everything, and how so many different cores were popping up around that time. But a lot of them kind of fizzled out once the world started opening back up again. Dark academia, like I mentioned before, it has its ebbs and flows in terms of popularity, but I think it's able to stand the test of time in a way that a lot of these other aesthetics couldn't, because it already had a strong foundation tracing back to 2010's Tumblr culture. Now, there have been other inklings of dark academia. That's like the ship name of Dark and Academia. Now, there have been other inklings of dark academia. Why do I keep doing that? Now, there have have been other inklings of dark academia, like the thought daughter and the disgustingly— why can I not say words in this sentence? Only this sentence. Now, there have been other inklings of dark academia aside from poet core, like the thought daughter and the disgustingly educated trends that we kind of see happening right now. While there is some overlap, I would say that those seem to be less of an aesthetic maybe, and more of a vehicle for self-help, self-improvement, and sharing book recommendations. You could maybe consider them an aesthetic in the same way you might critique them for being a little bit performative leaning at times in terms of their recommendations, but I don't think either of these trends have a distinguishable look to them in the way that dark academia and by extension poetcore does. Another creator, the book Leo, talks a bit more about this in her video, Dark Academia Has Lost All Meaning.
Oh my god, I love her.
Which I also recommend that you check out, and I'll try my best to have it linked in the description. And now here again, almost 7 years later, poetcore, clearly influenced by dark academia, is on the rise. I do believe that is significant. It seems like with each iteration, this aesthetic becomes almost farther removed from its original The Secret History critique on academia, and more about wearing dark colors and posing with classic pieces of literature online. But I don't think all hope is lost. Like I said earlier, we keep coming back to it at specific points in history. Certainly that can't be a coincidence. That has to mean something, right? Undoubtedly, for some time we have been in an era that prioritizes STEM-based studies. Lots of humanities departments in schools are being reduced or altogether shut down. Like this article from The Guardian, Just Not Monetizable Humanities Programs Face Existential Crisis at U.S. Universities, says, in Indiana, lawmakers passed legislation last year forcing the state's public universities to cut or consolidate some 400 academic programs, or nearly 20% of the system's degree programs, most in the humanities and the social sciences. At the University of Texas at Austin, staff are bracing for cuts that they expect will take aim at ethnic and regional disciplines like African studies, Latino studies, and gender studies. The University of North Carolina is planning to close 6 centers dedicated to geographical area studies, including the Institute for the Study of the Americas and the Center for Middle East and Islamic Studies. The University of Chicago has paused graduate admissions for nearly all its humanities programs. Restructurings, consolidations, and layoffs, increasingly orchestrated with the help of corporate-style consulting firms, are underway at scores of other public and private universities across the country, with more than 9,000 higher education jobs cut last year alone. The state of the humanities and liberal arts reveals a widening conflict over the quote-unquote value of higher education, with increasingly corporatized universities favoring market-driven metrics for evaluation, and proponents of humanistic education stressing that its worth to both individuals and society at large cannot be measured in that way. So clearly this is a problem, and it's not necessarily a new one. I understand that, but I think it's notable that these issues are continuing to happen at the same time that more and more people are being drawn to the performance of intellectualism and the appearance of being well-read. These aesthetic trends are on the rise, and yet we consistently devalue what is at the heart of them, or maybe I should say what should be at the heart of them. Another part of the internet that I think is definitely influenced by dark academia are the study vloggers, study influencers who post their day in the lives as students. When you search day in the life of a student on YouTube or TikTok, something you'll notice fairly quickly is that a lot of these students whose videos pop up, they go to popular, prestigious universities, and they are getting far more views on their videos than students who post that go from average universities do. Obviously, these people had to be smart to get into these schools, with some caveats that we'll dive into a little bit in a moment, but curating and posting these day in the life videos still feeds into the intellectual and academic aesthetic that gets romanticized with trends like dark academia and poetcore. I think it's less about the actual students who are posting and more about how the people who watch these videos end up idolizing and romanticizing this kind of academic lifestyle. People want to consume this kind of content because they get so caught up in the fantasy of it. That's part of why these arguably privileged elitist institutions are the ones that get more clicks and engagement on average. Like how people turn Rory Gilmore into an aesthetic to achieve as soon as one leaf on a tree turns brown and there's a slight wind chill in the air. And I know I already brought up Rory earlier, but I'm gonna bring her up again because I really do think that her character is the poster child for what I'm talking about here. She is a petite white woman with wealthy grandparents who live in a quaint little town. She goes to a fancy private school and she eventually pursues a degree in English from Yale. And people love to latch onto the look of her character regardless of her kind of messy or bratty reputation, especially in the later on seasons from what I've heard. I've only seen bits and pieces of the show, but I've definitely seen some online discourse about Rory's attitude that don't paint her in the best light, I'll say that. Another video that I watched in preparation for this movement. I'm creating a movement by posting this video. Another video I watched in preparation for this video was by Lady at the Library, titled Dark Academia, Aesthetic Trend or Intellectual Movement. In that video, she rightfully says that, quote, academic aestheticism hides many of the truths about academia, which is a point that I've kind of been circling around this entire time, but I do want to hone in on it now. Academic aestheticism hides many of the truths about academia. One of those truths being that it can get to be quite gatekeepy and pretentious, and akin to an echo chamber the higher up you go, and especially with big name universities in America specifically, where higher education is mostly a pay-to-play thing. Wealth and connections are some of the biggest contributing factors to who is allowed into certain academic spaces, in some cases more so than actual talent or merit. And this doesn't just apply to big name places like your Harvards and your Yales. I went, not by my personal choice, but I did go to a local private school instead of a public one for high school, and there was so much preferential treatment happening for the benefit of the students whose families had been part of the school for generations, and you had more money versus the other students like me who were there on scholarships. As an example, I remember during my senior year when everyone was applying to colleges, the school definitely prioritized the students who were applying to bigger named universities because it made them look better to the parents of prospective students, you know, for advertising and marketing purposes. They would constantly check in on those students and give them extra resources that they never gave to me and some of my other friends. During that time, I did have one friend though who had family ties to the school, and the school made it a point to offer her so many scholarship opportunities that they did not tell any of my other classmates about. Like, she had first priority to pick and choose which ones that she wanted to pursue, and the only reason I know this was because she mentioned it to me in passing, like it wasn't that big of a deal, and I was very shocked. She was surprised too, but her surprise was because she thought that the administration was doing this for everyone, but they weren't. It was just for her and maybe like another select handful of students that I don't know. Even though she didn't need the financial aid for school in the way that some of our other classmates did. And to be fair, I genuinely don't think that she realized she was getting preferential treatment, because that was kind of just the norm for her in that space. So she was a bit naive to it, which is definitely a problem in and of itself. That's actually a reason why we aren't friends anymore. The growing awareness of her privileges made her very uncomfortable, and that negatively impacted our relationship, but that's not the point of why I bring this up. I bring this example up because this aestheticization runs deeper than people may think. The academic aesthetic often glosses over the harms of the romanticization of academia by the very nature of it being an aesthetic. A lot of this quote-unquote intellectual branding that people are vying for, it's not actually the aesthetic of being literate. although that definitely coincides with the territory. It's the aesthetic first and foremost of being wealthy and well connected. More and more articles are coming out lately about how the big tech billionaires aren't letting their kids have a screen time or the devices that they're pushing onto everyone else, and yet we continue to push big tech and STEM as career categories, as ultimate career categories, and have this running bit about getting an English degree means that you're going to be spending the rest of your days in debt as a barista somewhere.
Yeah, no, I think it's crazy. I personally think it's crazy because when I think of liberal arts degrees, especially when it comes to academia or when it not academia, history, the arts and things like that, it does make me sad that there's a lot of um I guess online judgment about it, where it's like, oh, well, you didn't work as hard as someone else in this field or whatever. And especially when you get into university and things like that, or like academic spaces, it's very unfortunate because a lot of that talk is continued, if that makes sense. I can't tell you how many times that my friends who studied literature, studied English, studied all sorts of like um less valued like subjects were so scared to like talk to me or anyone else in like this STEM field, where I'm like, no, like uh just because you're studying like um literature, things like that, doesn't make you any less of an academic in my eyes. Because like at the end of the day, everyone needs these people in these industries, if that makes sense. Like, who, if you're gonna be uh some big dude who does like works in STEM as an engineer or a scientist or whatever, you're still gonna need the teachers in order to teach your kid. You're still gonna need the teachers in order to get your degrees, things like that. So for me, there's no point in looking down on any of those people who study those subjects or like even art in a sense, because for me, I didn't study art in university because of the long class hours and just because it didn't fit in my schedule. So I was like, oh man, damn. But I can think of some of the people who study artwork that I know of who have been doing really well, who are like not necessarily in the art sphere as a creator, but as like art curators, art historians, restoring historical artifacts that are like art centric and things like that. Yes, they do sell like art prints on the side, but that's not necessarily their main source of income. So yeah, I think it's fucked up.
And now with the way that technology is going, are quote-unquote safe degrees and safe careers even safe anymore? The trades definitely have seemed to withstand the test of time, but in my opinion that's only because the people in power haven't figured out a way to replace them yet, because trust me, they would if they could. I think if the past 6 or so years have taught us anything, it's that the only quote-unquote safe choice is the one that you end up being most at peace with at the end of the day. I'm not saying that there isn't value in the STEM fields, of course there are. I'm not saying you won't get paid well right now if you go into the STEM field, and I'm not saying that there aren't human qualities that are inherent to these careers as well. I certainly don't want AI to be my doctor, okay, but the humanities are deeply human. It's literally in the name, and I think we should be questioning why there is such a push to view the pursuit of creation, of critical thinking, of historical and cultural awareness as negative and worthless. Negative and worthless unless your family is in the tax bracket to be able to afford such pursuits. Where is that dissuading voice coming from, and what do they have to gain if we believe them? I think the emergence of poetcore is in part a natural reaction to all of this. Just might be too early to say whether or not this reaction will have a positive or a negative impact on poetry and humanities-based education, but that can be a good thing. that means we still have time to course correct. We have the agency to reject what these academia aesthetics have become by circling all the way back to where they began, a critique of the elite. What's the best way to do that? Well, you don't all have to run out and get humanities degrees, okay? You can wear your chunky knit sweaters and your plaid pants if you'd like, but maybe also pick up a book and actually read it, actually annotate it, and discuss it with friends, the people around you. Use your brain. It's a powerful tool. Congratulations, you made it to the end of the video.
Yeah, and even that, like, it doesn't need to be a very, like, pretentious book of, like, history or the sciences or anything like that. It can be anything that you're relatively interested in. Like, we talk a lot about learning lessons and, you know, overall themes in books, whether it be a manga book, whether it be a manhwa book, whether it be, you know, the actual physical, you know, giant, not giant, but like bunch of word book, right? Because I don't want to devalue any semblance of like a book, right? Because uh there's a huge there's a huge gap in literacy right now. I really just want people to read. um but yeah, it can be something as simple as that, and then you can work on like getting into those bigger like academia books if you are interested in them, because at the end of the day, when we think about books and we read books and things like that, I don't I don't believe in the in the reasoning or like in the expectation that all books need to be something that you have to like gain like a specific skill from, like how-to books and things like that. I don't believe in that. I don't think that you need to have that as your main focus, or like, oh, you know, I only read this type of book and I think everyone should read this type of book. I'm like, no, get out. Let people enjoy what they want. Because for me, I've always seen reading as a purely entertaining type of deal. Like I just want to be entertained when I read a book. If I'm being completely honest with you. And then if I learn a lesson from it, if I learn like some historical context or some like I don't know, interesting uh yeah, I guess historical context. Like if I learn more about history of this country because I'm reading a historical writing, like a fictional story placed in a historical setting, then yeah, sure, why not? But that's what I mean, is where you can just read books. It's fine. It doesn't need to be something that's like too like out of pocket, if that makes sense. Like challenging and hard to digest. Like I'm not expecting anyone to like, even for fiction, read Murakami or anything like that. I don't even read Murakami. I literally have one of his books like on my shelf because my brother bought it for me, and I still haven't read it because I don't really enjoy the writing. So that's what I mean. Just read a book. It's fine. Kieran Raid. I'm not late though. God damn it, unknown. Not an hour late. No, exactly. All right, Himrel, have a good time. Bye bye. Is she gonna talk about anything else?
Video. Here's a gold star here with these two characters. Let's read us or worse.
Oh, this is okay. The end of her video talks about like the writing portion where she's like I guess she's like a more of a author based, yeah, author slash book based content creator, if that makes sense. So the last part of her video is just talking about what she was talking about in the beginning. No, this is really good. I really like this, actually. I really like this video. I really like this channel. Subscribe. Fixing my subscribers' writing. Interesting, bet. Oh, I was totally not playing Marvel Rivals. I see you. I see you, unknown. Hmm. I'm saying if I like this. I realize there's no lines on this side. Ooh, that's probably why it looks so weird. Looks so different, I should say. I always have like a hard time coloring because I'm not sure how much detail I should put in. Like I would be doing full like render for this, but I know I shouldn't because that would take way too long. And it's not the like if I was ever going to do a full render, I probably want to offer it as a service on VGen because it would take too long. It's hard to make it pop the same way. Because we might just add a gradient and call it a day. Because I believe that's how I did Effie's. Here, let me pull up the one for Effie. Actually, this looks a lot better than the one I did for Effie. Let's see. See, I didn't bother having a lot of detail for the hair. I just did like an orange and then like a light brown for the skin tone for the hair and the first part. So I might just, yeah, I think I should just leave it as a gradient. I think that would look a lot better than to try to do a small render. And more cohesive, if that makes sense. So you're not ending until your commission's all done? Yeah, I'm not ending until then. We're almost done. So I should be done with this by midnight. I might add like a texture to the hair to make it look a bit more interesting. So all we have left to do is... Actually, we could probably do that now, is to do a background. I think this is the best background. Effie jump scare, exactly. It's Effie. Yeah, we're just working on the eyes and the hair, and then we should be done. And because I already see this, I do want to fix it. Yeah, we'll probably go for another like 30 minutes max and then be done. Yeah, I think we should do like some like texture on it, if that makes sense. Some like cool shit. Maybe it's too bright. And then we gotta find like a texture to put on there. I think a crosshatch would look really cool. I can't find my cross-hatching brush. It does suck because whenever I download brushes, they're from like they're like from Korea and they're from like Japan. So like I can't read it. I'm like, what is this? I have to like kind of remember which is which. This is hard to do on like a white hair, if that makes sense. It's a bit harder. It's a maybe. Or lemon. There you go. me see how it looks on the other side. Hmm. I think it's a big maybe. I kind of like how the dots look, but I'm not 100% on board with it. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. There we go. The skin looks way more alive now. I'm too tired, man. I'm gonna pass out night Reeves. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for stopping by, DJ Backshots. Have a good rest. Yeah, if you guys need to go to bed, please go to bed. Oh, I don't think we need this actually. All I'm doing is like final finishing touches, if that makes sense. I didn't even notice that Clove has like the little white eyeliner right here. I didn't notice that. There we go. Maybe I'll add something to the eyebrows. They're a little flat compared to the rest of the drawing. There's so many layers to this actually. It looks unfinished, if that makes sense. Oh my, I keep saying that if that makes sense. God damn it, Reeves. I think I'm going to reverse the decision to what I like to do when it comes to what do you call it? Eyebrows is that I like to make them a little bit lighter, at least the line shape. But I think this is making it look weird. Like it's looking like it's a mistake, if that makes sense. Oh, what is the right background for this? I can never trust myself because I always favor blue in anything I do. Also, there's a line on the canvas. I'm going to freak out. Okay, thank God. I was gonna freak out, bro. Hmm. Oh, there's a line right here. God damn it. Maybe I'll try this with a different. I wanted like a halo effect, but I don't think it's doing a good job doing a halo. Yep, I have like an old layer of a line in the background. Yeah, I think this is it, guys. I'm fighting for the background, but I haven't. Or maybe it should be like a light pink. Ooh, maybe I should put a texture on the glasses as well.